Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
Paul Hogan, though, well known, and he's won that well.
But Jimmy has led in the scoring stakes. He's going to take full advantage of it. Double 16. Another big finish from Big Jimmy. Add that to your collection.
Jimmy Hayes is in the crowd. The fouls with Owens. That is our 100th. 170 here at the new venue.
130, one treble required. Followed by the bull. It's in the bull.
This is for the win. It would be the biggest finish of the entire week. Oh, Jim.
Game shot and the match. Jim Long.
Great finish. Fantastic 1-2-1 for Thomas Banks.
Good afternoon and welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the marathon end of Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series is about to begin. Yesterday, Connor Scott was the first player to book his spot through to Champions Night. The sniper firing on all cylinders, and this afternoon we'll see Group C get underway. We're going to be watching all of the action today in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson, and we have to talk about Connor Scott because he's put in numbers over the last 3 days, which is up there with some of the best we've ever seen at the Super Series.
And we're not surprised about that whatsoever because he's in good form, he's winning wherever he goes, and this is just another place that he wants to tick off in what has been a fantastic 2024, but so far so good. And thinking about Connor's accomplishments last night, I'm not sure how this series could have gone any better so far. He wins Group A in his week, he wins Group 1 in his weekly final, he wins the night, he comes to Champions Week, he wins Group A again. He is going for what could be the perfect campaign.
Yeah, he's going for the Grand Slam. And one thing that with Connor yesterday, you have to say, every single department was on point. He dominated in every facet.
Yeah, when you consider who he's up against in this Group A campaign, he was the best 180 hitter yesterday, getting 13 of them, which is a fabulous amount of 180s. And everybody deserves credit, in fact, because there were 51 yesterday. A remarkable effort. But you're right. Every department cooperated. His doubles were excellent. He had more chances than anybody else because his 180s were great. His backup scores were just as good. And he walked away with 10 points.
So Connor Scott wins Group A. This is the tournament bracket. If it is the first time that you've joined us this week, Connor Scott, as you can see, the victor, the first player through to Champions Night. We're going to see Group B later on this evening, and that should be a tasty affair. But this afternoon, the centre of attention is on Group C, where Neil Duff, Jimmy Van Schie and Thomas Banks have dropped down from Group A, and they're going to be joined alongside Derek Coulson, Paul Hogan and Jim Long, the winner from week 2. Let's talk about Neil Duff first and foremost, a man who's appearing in his 3rd Champions Week here at the Super Series. And yesterday, he didn't put a foot wrong, but yet got hit with averages of 108 and 111.
It's a mark of respect of what people think of Neil Duff. They know his pedigree. They know they're going to have to play well against him because he's gritty as well as being good. So the fact that people were hitting their best shots against him is no surprise. But now, with no second chances left, Neil Duff desperately wants to make a Champions Night where he could possibly thrive and give us his best standard.
Is he the type of player, though, Neil, that when he has a day like yesterday where things didn't transpire, actually it gives him the bit between the teeth and that makes him more dangerous as a consequence?
Oh, yeah. There are certain players who come to Portsmouth and wherever you watch darts, motivation is different for every player, and Neil finishing 4th in that group, whereas it wasn't a bad showing at all, and we'll talk about his overall weekly numbers in due course, but the fact that he is not playing evening darts at least over the next couple of days, it won't sit well with him.
Well, Neil Duff's going to be joined alongside Jimmy Van Schie and Thomas Banks from Group A. But we have got 3 new players that are joining us this afternoon. The first of which, the last weekly winner here at the Live Lounge in Port. So Derek Coulson, who won Week 12. Now, we've spoken to Chris Mason about this in the past. The mentality of playing Week 12 going into Week 13. Can it serve as an advantage because you're in form and you've won recently?
It most definitely can, because we've seen it from other players in the past. Jerome Meek, in a previous series, he won Week 12. He had a scramble on the Sunday to find accommodation for the Monday. He got it, and then he won Week 8 straight after that. Chris Mason found his way to the Champions Night after winning Week 12. So I think it depends on the player, but I think if you've got enough energy in the tank, then that's going to be the key. The biggest example of Week 12 winning is Scott Taylor, because when he played 2 back-to-back weeks, by the end of Series 6, when he beat Tom Sykes in that final, he was completely shot, but he had just about enough energy to get the job done.
Well, the last 2 Week 12 winners have made the jackpot match because Cam Crabtree won Week 12 and lost in the final to Andreas Harrison. Jim Long, it's been a long time since we've seen him, pardon the pun. He won Week 2, but he's in some good form in the States, winning on the CDC Tour the weekend. I
think that's why a lot of people do fancy Jim to do something this week, because if you're winning on a certain circuit, feeding into a Modus Super Series Champions Week, it's a very encouraging sign. You look at Connor Scott, recently won a Challenge Tour event. Tom Sykes, recently making a Challenge Tour final. Other players are doing other things coming into this. And things like winning a Week 12 for Derek and winning a CDC event for Jim, they're all encouraging signs, especially when you haven't been here for over 10 weeks.
Well, let's get your thoughts on the odds, because actually for the week, Jim Long is the second favourite. He's favourite to win this group at 6-4. Is there anything there that we should take a look at specifically?
Yeah, probably Neil Duff at 9-2. I had him in the top 2 in my own mind, but there have been many times where we have not criticised the odds compilers for where they've put players, but maybe looked at it with a little bit of extra attention, as if to say, is that fair? But 9-2 at Duff looks like value to me. It just depends on how he sees this group panning out. Having Jim as favourite, I'm not adverse to that, but I think the numbers from the people coming from Group A will tell us a very vivid story as to how well the other players have got to play.
Thomas Banks is 12-1 at the bottom of the betting. He's going to take on Derek Coulson. They're warming up behind us now. Now, we've been here before where Thomas Banks has been the outsider to win a Group C. He's been an outsider to win weeks, and he's gone on to have the jackpot. Could history repeat itself for him?
I wouldn't be surprised. The way that he performed a few weeks ago from Group A to Group C, it wasn't that different from Wednesday to Thursday, but he found early wins and he found a little bit of sporting momentum. If he can find that again, he can roll with it. No Oasis, pun intended.
Not this week.
No, not at all. But if he gets a good start, things will be very different to Monday, where things just didn't work for him.
He did slide away on Monday, but he's here on Thursday. Time for the rock and roll action to begin. Nico, thank you very much. Time for our first game of the session. It sees Thomas Banks up against Derek Coulson. Paul Nicholson's going to make the race over to the commentary box, and it is lights, camera, action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Nico is going to be in the company this afternoon of Chris Murphy in commentary. Hi, Chris.
Hi Henry, hi everybody, welcome along to another day of darts here at the Modus Super Series, but as the boys were discussing there, it's a very special day of darts, the first of our double headers on Champions Week in Series A, and it is a maiden voyage on this particular week for Derek Coulson, who made it just last Saturday night. Maybe one of the few players who might be happy not to have been thrust into Group A. Thomas Banks might wish he hadn't have been. It didn't go well for him, but the 56-year-old from Market Drayton, who won that week following success on the World Seniors Tour, where he has picked up titles, he's taking on a man almost 40 years his junior in Thomas Banks, the Bulldog, who's looking to bounce back from finishing bottom of Group A. Coulson has had 3 days to go home, reflect on the achievement on Saturday, and then return here to the Super Series stage
first lag
with
is
a new
Derek
job
to throw first.
in hand. Jack Garwood starts his job by calling game on. So the first time really we get to chat deeply about Derek Coulson, Paul. Is it probably better for him that he wasn't thrust straight back into it on Monday? He's had some time at home to reflect
44.
and prepare?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that for someone like Derek, having a few days off might work pretty well. But
57.
my biggest point is that Derek's experience here at the Modus Super Series has been in Group C. So this will feel extremely familiar. It just means that there's more on the line and possibly against
140.
better players. So this will feel very familiar, aside from playing 2 consecutive weeks.
If you are not versed
83.
in how things work in qualifying for Champions Week, every single player on the stage this week has won a week to get there, have won on Saturday night. There is nobody without that experience. And Coulson has it most recently.
85.
So I wonder if that will have some kind of impact as well.
It's not that long since Banks won.
108.
And it doesn't take very long to get the first maximum. And that department for Banks really did cooperate when he won his week 4 weeks ago. And considering how that department has
41.
cooperated in Group A, I just get the feeling that he might need just a few more. He's gone from being
43.
the biggest 180 hitter in a weekly sense coming into Champions Week to just coming off the top of that a little bit. In fact, the best maximum hitter, Connor Scott, had nearly twice as many as Thomas.
97.
Yeah, he did show flashes
Thomas,
in
you
that
require
group, and he's going to need to
138.
show some today. I think it's imperative he gets off to a good start.
91.
Can very
Derek, you
quickly feel
require
like the weight of the world
94.
is on his shoulders and he's playing catch-up again. He's in a new position now, like he was on Monday morning. Nobody's got any points. They're all the same.
That's an interesting player.
42. Thomas, you
I
require
don't know about you, Murph, but I'm
47.
seeing more people trying to leave double 15 than ever before.
I'll give you my thoughts on that in a second, because Banks has
Son
picked
of
his
first
pocket,
leg, Thomas Banks.
taken advantage and taken the first leg against the throw. But I'm going to say I actually like it, and I think I've shared this
Second
opinion
leg,
before.
it's
I
Thomas
think if
to
you've
throw
got 2
first.
darts
Game on.
and you can throw at treble 20, in a leg you're likely to lose if you miss. You may as well.
56.
The target you go for most of the time, to leave any double, rather than in that case go for a treble 18, which looks a little bit blocked or elsewhere. I think I'm all for that.
Well, there was a shot at the World Match Play,
100.
wasn't there? Michael van Gerwen had 93. He went for treble 19, hit a single 19.
100.
And then, after the tiniest little bit of thought, he figured out the best way to get the 74 more. And he went treble 20, double 7. I think Banks will be very happy to take that first leg.
140.
You would never
Nice.
do. Sorry, Paul. You'd never do that with 3 darts in hand, but it's a kind of shot. If you've only got 2, your opponent's on a double. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, double
58.
is a double at the end of the day. And some people in their own mind think that going for your most frequent target to set up any double is the right thing to do.
95.
Now, you may not know this, Murph, but there is extra motivation in this fixture for Thomas Banks.
100.
Because after speaking to Thomas yesterday, and I'm not going to divulge the entire story, I'll give you the short version. These two have played each other before. When Thomas was a little younger, in a county match.
60.
And Coulson won 4-3. And Thomas remembers it. And he wants to get his own back. And he hasn't had long to
99.
wait
Derek,
in
you
this
require
group
106.
to have that effort. First game for him is the ideal game.
Double 16.
74.
Opportunity missed.
Thomas, you require 88.
Banks now has the chance. On the ball.
57. Derek, you require 32.
Yeah, Derek's probably the most deliberate player of the week. Got to play the game your own way.
Gave Sean a second
Doing
leg.
things
Derek
like that
Coulson.
will be a very good thing over the next couple of days.
Third
So
leg. It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Left-hander levels.
We can sit here and wax lyrical about how good Group A was. But let me give you
81.
an idea of how good it was from a different angle. Banks did finish bottom of the group,
58.
but essentially he's in exactly the same position as Jimmy Van Schie and Neil Duff, so bottom didn't really make any difference as far as this week's progression is concerned. However,
100.
Banks' average in that group was 86.13. He was 36% on his doubles.
140.
And that was the worst of the group. We have seen some of the best darts we've ever seen in Champions Week over the last 3 days.
It's also worth pointing out that
45.
Thomas Banks was actually the third best qualifier in terms of the average for his winning week. Connor Scott had an average north of 90. Marvin Van Velzen just
95.
below that. But Thomas Banks was next. Not Tom Sykes or Jimmy Van Schie or Neil Duff or indeed Steve West. It was Banks.
And that was largely due to what he did in Group C that week. And we are back in a Group C situation.
93.
That's why I think this is an intriguing fixture. Because they're both graduates of Group C. So it's obviously a time frame
100.
that they like to play in.
Coulson, one of 3 players through to Champions League that only played in Group C. That smash and grab raid on finals night. Him, Adam
42.
Paxton and
Thomas
Richard
require
Rowlands all did that.
108.
The other 2 will be in action this evening in Group B. As Banks looks at tops here, can't
88.
find it.
Derek, you require 140.
That double top has cost him a lot this week. And predominantly he's been missing it just underneath. But the caveat to him missing tops is that he has been hitting 10s.
35. Thomas, you require 20. Game shot on the
There
third
it goes.
leg. Thomas Banks.
Again, double 10.
Fourth leg. It's Thomas to throw first.
3 breaks in the bank
Game on.
now in this one.
Pun intended?
42.
Always.
Yeah, Derek's going to try and dictate the pace. And the thing about the Modus Super Series being so accessible to view, and we thank everybody for tuning in today and this
58.
week, it's that you can do your homework. If you know nothing about Derek, and you're already through to Champions Week, and you might
134.
come up against him, you can sit there with your smart device or on your smart TV and you can survey what he does. There is nowhere to hide anymore.
100.
Personally became more aware of him with his success on the seniors circuit. He's played some really good stuff there. Jack Garwood, the
96.
referee, will know full well the achievements that Coulson's had. He's a tournament director on the World Seniors Tour. Got some big events coming up as well
134.
with the seniors in York and Sunderland. As Phil Taylor plays his last match play and last
140.
Masters.
He hasn't got a very good record at Rainton Meadows.
We never did get him here, did we, to the Super Series? He promised us on that first night, did Phil?
60.
Never mind, we'll
Thomas,
just
you
have to make
require
do with the likes of
89.
Connor Scott and a little bit of Steve West later.
Double 5. Again, he pulls it.
84.
In fact, the first
Derek,
dart
you
double,
require
including the bullseye he went for in the
149.
first leg, every single one of them has been pulled low.
Yeah, that's got to be taken note of. It's not just about big checkouts. I say this all the time.
55. Thomas, you
If
require
you can take 5 out with 2 or 3 darts, fair play to you. Just as important.
1.
Clips the wrong side of the
Derek, you
wire.
require 94.
We've already talked about checkouts in this vicinity. It's going to be the treble. He does have the option of the treble 18 because that's a great lie.
Yeah, he tried to use it,
54.
but now he might lose it.
Thomas, you require
As Banks
4.
takes aim at double 2. Can he crash into it and
Game
into
shot
the
on
bed? He
fourth
does
leg.
for a
Thomas Banks.
2-leg buffer now and a hold of throat.
I know he lost that leg, but
Fifth leg.
seeing that
It's
from
Derek to
Derek
throw
tells me
first.
he is
Game on.
rather clued up when it comes to certain shots like that. because a lot of people wouldn't even entertain that idea of treble 18 for double 11.
57.
Now, if you're tuning in thinking, oh, they're not really matching up to the standards we saw in Group A, don't worry, because actually Group A started in a similar fashion to
81.
this. The first round of fixtures was a little bit cagey, wasn't it? And then it burst into life.
That's so true. I think it was game 3 where things really started to ramp up. And it didn't really stop after that.
96.
But in this group, of course, curtailed by a day, the full 5 fixtures per player, winning these
42.
cagey games at the start could be the difference between qualifying or not at the end.
That's correct. First fixture on Monday. It was won by Connor. Well, it was actually won by Marvin van Velsen against Connor Scott
96.
by 4 legs to 3. And Scott would then go on to lose his next game.
70.
And I think we can talk about the way he dominated Wednesday, but the table tells us that he didn't necessarily dominate the group because everybody played well.
Yeah, Tom Sykes, 4 out of 5 on each of the last 2 days and didn't win the group.
140.
Banks way behind. 2 treble 20s would leave a finish. Not going to get them now.
58.
So Coulson just
Derek,
with a
you
little bit
require
of breathing space, which he'll be
112.
grateful for.
Double 16, once again.
Game shot of fifth flag.
Classic Derek Coulson. Cool as a cucumber. Or as they say in the region of England
Sixth flag. It's
where
Thomas
the
to
football
throw
team is
first.
that Thomas Banks
Game
support. Cool as a cucumber.
Well, the 56-year-old
57.
keeps himself in the game. The 17-year-old now throwing for the match. Thomas, can you keep your cool, son?
$95.
That game that I referenced when they played against each other at County, by the way. Banks was in the lead, and Derek won 4-3.
100.
This is a test of putting memories to bed, because if you think that that doesn't matter, think again. Dart players have exceptional memories.
100. $95.
That one just the wrong side of the wire. Makes this leg a little bit more competitive. 306 for Coulson. Should really be starting the 19s. Now we'll come away. And another would leave a finish.
99.
It's still advantage Banks. But think about the fact he's got the darts here in leg 6. If he doesn't take advantage of it,
30.
Coulson is the kind of guy that does tend to pounce in last leg deciders. Another example of how Derek's darting brain
95.
works. He was thinking 171 there to leave double 18.
Might be quite happy with the 112 considering he took it out in the previous
100.
leg.
Derek, you require 112.
It was 60, 20, 32 on that occasion. But this time it ain't going to go.
Look at the desire in the background from Banks.
38.
He's left himself
Thomas, you
this
require
tricky out.
119.
But without hesitation, he doesn't get a shot at tops this time.
59. Derek,
This
you
is a
require
huge
74.
moment in this first match in Group C.
This will be the last match of the group. The end of tomorrow. Will it count then? Can Coulson make it count here? He can.
On a sixth leg. Derek
After a dart
Coulson.
that I have to say went precariously close to the treble 20. He perfectly pictures that one in tops and will throw
Seventh
first
and
in the
final
decider.
leg. It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
When history feels like it's repeating itself, it's entirely up to you as the human being to try and make history
96.
pay the price. And Banks is going to have to break to win this first game. And we were talking off the air a little bit earlier,
85.
myself, you and Henry, Chris, and we think Banks' best chance of getting through this group is to get off to a good start and to stay in a leading position throughout.
Yeah, he plays 2 of the new boys in his first 3 matches,
140.
or his first 2 matches actually. I think if he gets wins in those games, that's the springboard he needs, catching those players
57.
cold possibly.
Yeah, I don't think he can afford to lose his first 2 because he was in a chasing position from Monday lunchtime. If that's the case on Thursday early afternoon, and it's looking increasingly likely to be the case after the first game, his mentality is going to be tested
57.
yet again.
Derek, you require
Yeah, nothing
94.
Thomas can do here. Coulson has turned this game on its head. The opener in Group C looked to be going the way of Banks, the youngster, but now the senior slinger has stepped in and set up
58.
a match-winning opportunity.
Interestingly, left double 18 on purpose there,
Derek, you
Murph.
require
Are we reading
36.
anything into that?
Well, he's hit most doubles he's gone for,
Good shot.
wherever
And the
they've
match,
been, and he
Derek
hits that one as
Coulson.
well. Coulson claims victory in the opening game. It was a tight one. It's one that Banks will feel got away from him, having opened up a 3-1 lead in that one, but 112 checkout turned things around for Derek Coulson. He then successfully popped in tops and double 18, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. That is where the game was won and lost, because as you can see, just 3 out of 10 for Thomas Banks, who kind of snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Credit to Coulson, though, for crossing the line. He picks up the first points of Group C. Game 2 sees the introduction on Champions Week of Paul Hogan, who takes on Jimmy Van Schie.
Fabulous start from the young man. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Yeah, you shot the
Absolutely
first leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where before the break, Derek Coulson got his Champions Week campaign underway with a 4-3 victory against Thomas Banks, including a 13-darter in the decider. Well, it's the introduction of Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan, to the stage. It's his first appearance here at a Champions Week. He's played in every single Super Series and actually played on the opening night here at the Live Lounge. Up against Jimmy Van Schie, a second Group C appearance in a Champions Week for him, looking to make it through to Champions Night for the very first time. In commentary, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Cheers, Henry. Yeah, Paul Hogan enters the fray on Champions Week, Crocodile Dundee. Playing in Group C is a rare thing for him, tends to be a Group B player.
First leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
One of those chuckers that benefits from his locality. He doesn't live too far from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Basingstoke is home for Hogan.
100.
One of the reasons why he's been able to play every series, but also because of his ability. He's an excellent player, regarded as the professional
134.
amateur for many, many years due to his proficiency in qualifying for things like the Lakeside and the UK Open. And do not be surprised if he makes it through to the Saturday
100.
session. He's got the ability to beat anybody in any game.
Even at the age of 60. Isn't this just a wonderful week?
60.
Because you've got a 60-year-old, you've got a 17-year-old, and a little bit of everything in between.
140.
Age is but a number, and Paul Hogan has been a world-class player for around 30 years. He made his Lakeside debut
81.
the same
Body
year as
require
Peter Wright.
161.
1995. A very famous year that saw
60.
somebody win that title that year who was beaten in a final in this series by Jimmy Van Schie.
90.
It's
Body
amazing how
require
things work.
101.
You just work your way around it. Everything works in circles, especially in darts. As Hoagie goes for double 16.
69. Jimmy, you require 136.
Qualified for 11 World Championships and 6 UK Opens, Paul Hogan. Never really pursued the career as a profession. But this is looking a very professional finish attempt by Jimmy Van Schie. The only bit that was missing was the end
Body
bit.
require 32.
Still a very encouraging sign at the start of the match.
Game shot on the first leg.
If you're getting a
Paul
dart
Hogan.
at a double from 136. Jimmy can't break, but now if he holds, we've got a
Second
game on our
leg,
hands.
it's Jimmy to throw first.
That is an encouraging
on.
start for Paul, though. 16 darter. And you make a good point, Murph, about his location. He's played for
140.
multiple counties in this region. He's played for Berkshire and for Hampshire for many years. But if you think about the strength of Hampshire darts
100.
over the last 30 years, that's one of the reasons why he's been so good, because he's been constantly tested in the last 3 decades against many, many great players from the south of England.
140.
And he's been able to go and beat great players as well. At UK Open, he's had success against the likes of Gary Anderson, Adrian Lewis,
81.
Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, Hoagie was the last person I played at the UK Open. That'll probably be the case for the rest of my career, maybe.
140.
What was it like when you drew him, knowing what he could do and had done in previous years, knowing it's an amateur qualifier. He's wearing the red T-shirt, but you know that you're in for a game.
140.
Yeah, my game was in
Jimmy
pretty good
require
shape.
81.
And I knew I was going to have to play really well, but we both had to try and play in a freezer because it was -1 degrees
49.
in the place where we played. And if I may say so, Paul outplayed me, but he handled the situation better as well.
100. Jimmy, you require 32.
Actually, his birthday tomorrow, Paul Hogan.
Game shot on the second leg.
So we'll have a
Jimmy Van Schie.
61-year-old, but it's 1-1 in this one as Van Schie levels up with a 13-dart
Third
hold.
leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Well, if I may, let's look at Jimmy's numbers for the week, because
100.
this is no normal week, as everybody knows. Think about what Jimmy has done this week, numbers-wise, and it doesn't compute for him to be in
96.
Group C. He finished 5th in Group A. He wasn't even 4th. He averaged over 90 for the first 3 days. He had 23 maximums, 8 ton-plus
100.
checkouts, and 33% in his doubles, which is very proficient. But that was only good enough for 5th spot.
108.
And one of those maximums comes right on cue as he gets back into leg 3. But we had to wait until Game 3 for it to take off in Group A, Paul. I think Game 2 has exploded in Group C. Both players averaging 111.
40.
Oh no, that is
Only
really
require
unfortunate.
44.
Hogan, no hesitation, goes for double 16 and takes an
On the
11
third
darter.
leg, Paul Hogan.
There you see the stats that
Fourth
bounce out,
leg, it's Jimmy to
damaging
throw
the average of
first.
Jimmy Van Schie.
Game on.
Paul Hogan up at a super-sized 109.46. Van Schie looking to join him with power scoring at the start of leg 4.
85.
If Paul does qualify for Champions Night and plays this well in this group, he's probably going to be saying to us in the future, do you know what?
60.
Can I play Group C from now on?
Well, one of the reasons, of course, that he's never pursued that professional career is because he's carried on working all the time, which is why
93.
we often see him in Group B. And to get the time off work to come and play this week, it might be worthwhile should he receive a cheque for £25,000 on Saturday night.
100.
And even that wouldn't change his mind about what he does next. He'll just continue to play here. He'll play seniors. He'll do the odd local event, and he'll still be brilliant.
97.
I was recently talking to George Killington, good friend of two people who are playing here in Champions Week.
140.
Steve West and Thomas Banks, of course. And there are so many players out there like Paul Hogan, but even Paul, who doesn't see himself ever
42.
turning pro and never really has. George was talking about a good pal of mine from years back, a guy called Davy Gradwell, an unbelievable dart player who just
42.
didn't want to take it further. There are so many of them out there, and because of the ADC and because of the Modus Super Series, more players who don't want to be professionals are making money and having a little slice of success. That can only be a good thing.
60.
Consequently, that tournament that saw George Killington obliterated by Davy Gradwell, that was a word used by George, by the way.
99.
He would end up losing in the final to
Jimmy
Jim
require
Williams.
124.
That was in Bolton at the UKDA finals, I think it was.
$72.
Frustrating himself there,
Paulie
Van
requires
Schie, to
60.
deny himself an opportunity, and Hogan could open up a bit of daylight here. Double 10,
40.
right on the wire.
Jimmy, you require 52.
He knew just how important that could have been. He doesn't expect Jimmy to miss. I don't think anybody does.
Game shot on the fourth
That's a
flag.
great dart.
Jimmy Van Schie.
Wasn't easy that for Van Schie. Hogan knew that it was a tough one.
Fifth flag. It's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Look at the face of Hogan. He looks like he's having fun. Well, let's face it. What pressure's on him? I was talking to Henry Deegan about this morning.
45.
Connor's probably back home now, spending time with his family. Maybe got one eye on Group C and possibly Group B later. You think about some of these players today. What's the pressure on them to succeed this week? It's minimal. There are some guys who are coming here this week who genuinely have pressure on their shoulders to get that trophy.
121.
I don't think Paul Hogan's one of them. I don't necessarily think Jimmy's one of them. But I think we look at Jimmy slightly
78.
differently now because he's a two-time weekly winner. And there are some great talents who have done that.
177.
Well, it's 3 strikes there for Paul Hogan, who he kind of has been in charge in this game, hasn't he? If Jimmy Van Schie's taken a leg, it's usually because Paul Hogan's given him a chance to.
70. Paulie require
That's his second
158.
177 of the game.
$134.
This is a seriously good performance, and I think Jimmy recognises it. If he's going to walk away with 2 points from this first game,
83.
he's going to
Paulie
have to up the
require
ante,
24.
possibly from 3-2 down.
12. Jimmy, you require 130.
This could be a turning point. He has had the biggest finish of the week of 167 and the most ton plus finishes of any player. But he's not going to add to his tally.
65. Paulie required 12.
So double 6 for Hogan to retake the lead.
Six.
Tried to
Jimmy,
kind
you
of
require 65.
get into that double by trial and error, and it didn't work.
We've talked about this number a couple of days ago. Connor Scott would go treble 19. That's the peril of missing the 25.
53.
Van Schie can't find
Paulie requires
what Paul
6.
couldn't find. Now he's back on that double 3. Does he think about a split here? Didn't really attack it earlier on. More attacking that time, but can't go inside. Now he's got a barricade to force his way through.
3.
Tried to lob it over
Jimmy,
the
you
top,
require 12.
but it didn't dip enough.
And look at the head go down. Oh, how things can change. His average is dipped by 10 points in this leg. And he may well be behind.
Game shot on the 5th
Jimmy
leg.
takes
Jimmy
advantage
Van
of the
Schie.
misses. And now this game is very different in complexion.
6th leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
If this was a cartoon, right now there'd be a speech bubble coming from Paul Hogan and a lot of symbols, not a coherent word maybe.
60.
I think he's one of those characters who just doesn't understand why he can go from playing at 111 average to dropping that off significantly during the course of a short race.
100.
Most sports, you've got to have good bounce back ability. But maybe in darts, you've got to have it more often.
43.
Because it's so quick fire in its nature. Everything goes from brilliant to woeful in as little as 90 seconds.
83.
Maybe even less than that.
Yeah, and the time you've got to change your mindset is the few seconds between game shot and game on, basically. Every leg is a new opportunity, but
140.
the trick is not to let what happened in the previous one affect the next one.
Well, if we may steal some vernacular from the poker world, if you have a run
40.
of really good hands that you win, it's called running hot, as Paul Hogan destroys a flight, and he's trying to repair it. I hope he's got spares. I'm not even sure he has, you know. But if you lose a big hand and you feel angry and upset about it, that's
58.
called being on tilt. You can almost sympathise with Hogan at the minute because he'll probably be feeling like he's on tilt a little bit.
60.
Yeah, and you start doing things differently to the way you normally would.
If he's destroyed that flight, there's no way he's playing with prime equipment right now.
100.
Let's look at the top of these flights. That one looks okay. That one looks fine. It must be this one.
140.
He must have repaired it on the
Jimmy
fly.
require
He's a good
100.
mechanic, isn't he?
Well, this game has broken down, though, for Hogan, as Van Schie tries to cross the line.
80.
One last chance.
Paulie requires 78.
And it's a big chance, because not only would it keep Hogan in the game, he would have the darts then in the decider. One dart at tops
58.
could not be found.
Jimmy, you require 20.
He doesn't believe he's coming back. Van Schie for tens.
Game shot.
Takes
and
the
match.
game
Jimmy
by
Van
4 legs to
Schie.
2. And when it was 2-2 and Paul Hogan was in the distance in leg 5, if you'd have said to Jimmy Van Schie at that point that he was going to win 4-2, he would not have believed you at all. But he will take it and he will run. A very good standard game. Jimmy has averaged more than that over the course of the week, but Paul Hogan will be ruining that because of the 13 missed darts at double. So now it's time to introduce the Week 2 champion, Jim Long, and he's going to be up against the 2022 WDF World Champ, that is the Duff Man.
And it's bound to be an atmosphere as chaotic as that on Saturday evening. Tickets are actually sold out for Champions Night at the Super Series. But you want to be here for Saturday in Series 9, head over to dartshot.tv to join us for just £2 here on the South Coast. For the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better of Paul Hogan by 4 legs to 2, getting his Group C campaign up and running. Next up for us is a meeting between Neil Duff and Jim Long, a meeting of a former WDF World Champion up against that man in your picture who won on the CDC Pro Tour at the weekend, and he actually got the better of a former grand finalist here at the Live Lounge in a Super Series Champions Week to win that title, Jacob Taylor, by 7 legs to 3. He takes on Neil Duff, who's looking to win another big title at amateur level. As you can see, the former WDF World Champion looking to become the Super Series Champion. And we have the former Players Champion in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson, alongside the Premier Inn Champion. I don't know whether that counts as a major, Chris Murphy, but we'll give it to you nonetheless.
They all count. They all count. And again, in this group, Paul, I think that's a point worth making because it's not just about how it ends. Every single match is important, particularly in these 2-day groups.
First leg, it's Jim
And
to
early
throw
wins
first.
for Jimmy Van Schie and Derek Coulson could be
Game on.
crucial come the end of Friday afternoon. And the long wait for Jim is over. Winner of week 2 in this series. Back now from Canada, as Henry just alluded to, with some success. A little note that we have pointed out earlier in the week is that he was one of the Group A
100.
qualifiers, but actually opted not to play in Group A, therefore had to forfeit another group and be in Group C. There are the rules. But I think he already feels that that's paid off with that victory because he would not have been able to play at the weekend had he taken his position in Group A.
That's true. So sometimes in this sport, you've got to make calculated gambles
100.
and you've got to do what's right for you at the time. And there are going to be very difficult decisions to make at times. You think about Neil, for instance. He's made
140.
interesting decisions and it's yielded some tremendous victories to date. And Jim is largely regarded as one of the best players in Canada.
100.
And this is a series where we have seen Jeff Smith on a night where he went to Saturday and he played out of his socks and still didn't even qualify for the semi-finals. Just showing how difficult it is to
82.
actually get to the championship game in a weekly sense. And these guys are trying to make it to the series championship game.
He's going to come away to try and leave a double, which he does with the first big hit
So you require
of this game.
139. $99. Jimmy required 24.
He's looking pretty sharp at the start of this.
Game shot on
And
the
a
first
14
leg.
darter
Jim Long.
punctuated for a really good beginning.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Henry's already mentioned Jacob Taylor, who lost in a series final to Luke Littler.
100.
You can imagine how important it would be for someone outside of Europe in a different continent to win this title.
43.
When Raymond Smith won Series 2, it was big news in Australia. He went back there and he said, that was hard, but I was the man in Series 2.
60.
Predominantly, since then, the titles have stayed a lot closer to home. However, other countries have stood up and found themselves counted. Sweden, Scotland, even the Netherlands, one of the heavyweight nations
59.
of world darts, has only seen one series finalist, and Marino Michaels.
Yeah, Andreas Harrison was the first European winner outside of the UK.
100.
Littler winning 2, of course. Jim McEwen, Scott Taylor. And we can't forget our very first champion, Conan Whitehead.
55.
And please remember back in Series 1 that it was Graham Usher that won Group A. He did not win the title. He lost in the final. Whitehead had to work very, very hard just to make that Saturday night.
85.
And he owned that Saturday night when he was there.
Long's in a good position here. Neil Duff shaking his head. We have seen him do this many times.
41.
Recover in Group
require
C to
93.
qualify for a finals night and then go on to win that finals night.
But is it a factor that
53.
Neil hasn't made a Champions Night yet in multiple attempts? It's interesting as well that the first couple of days he didn't use these darts.
140.
He has reverted back to
Jimmy
an old
require
setup
40.
in the last 36 hours.
The long shot is tops.
Game shot on a second leg.
And
Jim
he
Long.
finds it to double his lead. Yeah, Duff, as we've been saying, is on week 1 of 3 here at
Third
the Super
leg, it's
Series.
Jim
Not
to
only is he
throw
going to
first.
defend his double
Game
trouble title next week when we have a double in, double out tournament to bridge the end of this series and the start of the next, he will also be appearing in week 1 of Series 9. And I believe that he is going to have a little trip to
51.
Chelsea in between, which isn't too far from here, for a WDF ranking event.
Yeah, just down the coast. So that's worked out pretty well.
Yeah, nothing like a day of rest on a
41.
Sunday. He's just going to play darts every day, non-stop, for 3 weeks.
Interestingly, that victory for Jim Long in Brownsburg just a few days ago,
60.
he beat Jacob Taylor in the final 7-3, like Henry mentioned. But if you look at the quarterfinals, the vast majority of players in those quarterfinals have played here.
135.
David Cameron, Jacob Taylor, Alex Spellman, Leonard Gates, Jim Long. Jake McMillan has played here. Everybody remembers Jake because he's got one of those magical 356 shots. The only 2 players in the quarterfinals at Brownsburg over the weekend who haven't played here, Gary Mawson, and he's been around forever, and Kylie Edmonds of Canada,
85.
who, speaking to Jeff Smith about him, he is one of the best players in North America. And I think it'd be fascinating to get him over here to see what he could do. He's a big lad, and he's got a lot of talent.
140.
Jeff Smith, also part of that double trouble week. He missed out,
41.
didn't he? In that week earlier in the series when Jim Long went on to win it. Quite bizarre finals night for Jeff Smith when he had the high averages in both of his group games around the 100 mark and lost both of those
133.
group games.
Oh, he'll remember that. And he's going to want to get his own back before Christmas, that's for sure. This is a good approach from Neil.
139.
But he finds himself
require 58.
in bad positions in this game too often. Because it feels like Jim is a visit ahead of him most of the time.
38.
Maybe not on
Nearly
this
require
occasion.
60.
Big shot.
50.
He
Jimmy
is
require
disgusted
20.
at the fact that he could be 3-0 down to the Canadian.
Yeah, it's not working out for Duff. And it could turn into a heavy defeat. Could
Game
turn
shot
into
on
the
a third
heaviest
leg.
defeat
Jim
possible as Long leads 3-0.
I was speaking to people earlier in the week, and they said,
Fourth flag. It's Neil
I'm
to
worried
throw
about
first.
Jim because he might be jet lagged coming into Thursday. And my immediate response was, a lot of North American dart players, they live
100.
jet lagged because they travel that much. Constantly going to the UK, to Europe, to other parts of the world, possibly over to the Far East to play soft tip darts as well. They are
93.
the best purveyors of getting rid of jet lag that you will meet. A picture can tell a story better than 1,000 words.
97.
Good recovery. But to win from this position, He's going to need the paddles.
$100.
Is there a wait for Neil Duff? He'll play Derek Coulson in his second game. Long will
96.
take on the other Jim in the group, Jimmy Van Schie. Before either of those fixtures take place, it's going to be Thomas Banks against Paul Hogan. So one of them will get off the mark, but the other will lose their first two matches, and
138.
already will be dangling dangerously from the cliff edge.
In every leg in this contest,
60.
Jim has been
Jimmy
to a finish
require
first.
170.
Well, it won't be the maximum checkout.
58.
He doesn't get
Neil, you
sub
require
100 as well. That's
148.
maybe a cause for optimism for Neil Duff, who has to hit something bigger to leave something smaller.
45.
That's not what the doctor
Jimmy
ordered.
require 112.
What is the prescription here? That was it.
96.
Not quite the full
Neil, you
article.
require 103.
And Neil, who's got 3 ton plus checkouts this week, so he's averaging 1 per day. He needs one right now just to keep this match alive.
Needs 2 perfect darts. Treble 20, not found. A drifter from Duff,
29.
who looks
Jimmy
like
requires 16.
a nightmare start awaits him.
Game
And
shot.
Jim Long.
And the match, Jim Long.
He's the creator of that nightmare for Neil. It's a whitewash win for the Canadian, who's living up to his billing as one of the big favourites to get through from this group. You can see why he's been afforded that mantle. A 4-0 drubbing of Duff in the pairs opening contest. 89.73 the average, 40% on the doubles. Duff only got 2 darts at doubles in the game. He needs to go away to that practice room and work. Thomas Banks and Paul Hogan also lost their first games. That will change for one of them after the break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round of action in Group C at Champions Week has come to an end. Before the break, we saw Jim Long get his campaign up and running with a 4-0 win against Neil Duff. We've also seen successes with Jimmy Van Schie against Paul Hogan and Derek Coulson against Thomas Banks. And it's Banks and Hogan that are both looking to get their first wins on the board as far as this group is concerned. They go toe-to-toe in Game 1 of Round 2, and it's being described by Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Yes, let's get into round number 2, shall we? As Banks, who suffered that 4-3 loss to Derek Coulson, will like
134.
to bounce back right here against someone who has been wounded. So Paul, I suppose, would be categorized as a bruised crocodile.
100.
How is he going to snap back here against Banks?
Yeah, well,
82.
victory here for Paul Hogan, and it will seem like the crocodile rocks. But back-to-back defeats, and it could be see you later, alligator. Already in Group C. If you lose your first 2 matches,
100.
it's tough to come back from that. You've maybe got margin to lose one more over the next 2 days.
58.
Henry made a prediction yesterday. He said that he could foresee somebody qualifying through this group on 10 points. It's an interesting call
78.
because that doesn't happen very often. But if someone's going to do that, there's going to be a lot of people towards the top of this table having very similar
113.
totals after 8 rounds, 9 rounds, possibly 10. And by virtue of that prediction,
171.
someone could
Thomas
qualify by
required
winning half their
114.
matches. Ordinarily, it's more than that. Tops for Banks.
94.
There it is again.
Poorly required.
It isn't as
52.
low as previous efforts, but it's still low.
If somebody qualifies by 10 points, it usually means that somebody else misses out on the same amount.
Game
A
shot
leg
of first leg. Paul
situation,
Hogan.
but the first leg goes away of Hogan. Now, interestingly, in this match, both of these players were in control in their first
Second
games. They
leg,
were
it's
bossing
Paul
the
to throw
matches.
first. Game
and
on.
gave their opponents opportunities to turn it around. Van Schie did that 4-2. Coulson came back from 3-1 behind against Banks. He's
140.
got to try and make sure this doesn't become what, Paul, you kind of called it. A
60.
tilt, a slide from Bulldog Banks. You've got to stop the rot at some point.
Yeah, if the deck goes cold, you've just got to be a bit more creative, and you've got to remain very,
60.
very resolute. You can't lose this group in the first
56.
couple of rounds. You can't win it either. That's the discipline. And that word is so crucial if you're going to win a series.
140.
Think about all of our champions. Whitehead, Smith,
140.
Littler, McEwen,
Poorly
Harrison,
required 161.
What do they all have in common? Discipline.
95.
And I'd say that probably most about Scott Taylor, because his energy levels at the end of his second consecutive week, he was dead on his
58.
feet,
Poorly
but
required
he still
66.
remained a disciplinarian.
Double 18 for Hogan here.
Game shot on his second leg.
Similar
Paul
start
Hogan.
to his opening match. After a couple of legs, he's in 3 figures and he's bossing the game.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
If I may say so, because there are 43 years
94.
between these two. Just a mere 43 years. I'm not going to use the word old, because I think it's a bit derogatory, actually,
100.
because age is but a number. But more seasoned players like Paul do not like losing to kids.
92.
They want to say, I'm going to make you learn the hard way. I remember my old mentor, Kenny Norman from East Hartford Social Club,
100.
when I was 18. I was the guy that was trying to be the upstart, the one that was trying to make a name for himself at a
94.
young age. And I played him one Friday night at the Banktop pub in Bedlington. near where Chris Dobie lives. And I'll never forget this shot as long as I live. Kenny took it 128 with 2 treble 20s and double 4, and he turned around and said, "You were never going to win that game because I wasn't going to allow it."
47.
Well, is Paul Hogan going to allow Banks away back into this game? The way he's going, it doesn't look like it. This time he's carrying on at that high level. Every visit in this leg has been a 3-figure visit.
Only require 40.
Tops for a 13 darter. 14 will do. 15 is needed.
Game shot on
And
a
he gets
third
it.
leg. Paul Hogan.
And that's what he's been doing all throughout this match. 100.2 average is a set of 15
Fourth
dart
leg. It's
legs.
Paul to throw first.
What he's doing here
Game on.
is he's closing Thomas out. He's not giving him chances.
140.
And we are looking at someone who's played for England and hit a 9 darter in his England shirt.
100.
Predominantly, though, you're going to see Crocodile Dundee in West Brom colours here this week, because that is his team.
41.
I just wonder if Thomas is getting to the oche just a little quick. Just needs to take a breath
41.
before another couple of visits just to establish a slightly more disciplined rhythm.
Yeah, well, sometimes when things are going wrong, there can be an impatience to put it right.
140.
The observation that Paul's just made.
Well, if you look at Paul getting his darts out the board, he's not slowing down by any means. He's just doing his own
57.
thing. And Thomas is in there really fast, and he's having to stop. Because if he didn't, he'd throw the dart when Paul was in the way.
100. $57.
And to
Paulie
describe this
require
performance from
80.
Hogan, if he takes this out, this has been ruthless.
$40.
It would have been another 15 dart leg.
26. Paulie require 40.
He gets
Big
it done
shot
this
on the
time.
match, Paul Hogan.
And that is the most impressive performance we've seen so far today. And our second consecutive 4-0 victory for a senior player. And that's got his smile back, hasn't it? Not as good as the smile on the back of the shirt. And maybe he's feeling a little bit more relaxed, like the Crocodile. But 96.97 and 50% on the doubles, that would cheer anybody up, that's for sure. Without further ado, we'll take another short break now. But when we come back, it's a very quick return to the stage for the Duff man to take on Derek Coulson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Paul Hogan get the better of Thomas Banks by 4-0. Well, this fifth game is the meeting between two players with World Seniors experience. Neil Duff, who's going to be playing at the Barbican in October at the World Seniors match. He's actually taken on one of our commentators, Chris Mason, in the first round. Taking on Derek Coulson, who has put in some really good stuff on that tour, won a couple of titles, and will be looking to, towards the end of the year, ahead of the Masters in Sunderland, pick up his first qualifying win and play in his first major event. But as far as this pair is concerned, Coulson's already beaten Banks this morning, whilst Neil Duff is not just looking for his first win, but his first leg in commentary. Paul and Chris.
Yeah, we were just checking our birth certificates there when Henry was saying he was playing one of the commentators in the World Seniors. We're not there yet. But these two seasoned
it's Neil to
Arrow
throw
Smiths
first. Game on.
about to duel on a Super Series stage in a game that, well, you would have to say, based on what we've just seen from Thomas Banks, is more important for Neil Duff than it is for Derek Coulson at this
60.
stage, particularly, and you made the point right at the end of the previous game, how quickly it's come around after his own 4-0 defeat.
Absolutely right. I think when you've had a very nasty defeat, sometimes having a bit of a break
140.
between that game and the next one is a good thing, but Neil doesn't have that luxury. He has to go back to the hockey within about 12 minutes.
60.
And just tell us a little bit, because when you have a beating like that, I assume that you might just want to take a moment, sit down, think, right, I'll give it 10 minutes, then I'll get on the practice board. Suddenly the players' marshal's saying, right, Neil, you're on.
42.
What I will say is that the players who come here to the Modus Super Series, they do survey when they play. And I'm not talking about on the day, I'm talking about the day before.
60.
They want to know where their breaks are. Have they got hot spells where it's game on, game off, game on, just like Neil? Or do they have that 3-game break where they can say, right, that's the point of the day where I'll have a snack and just try and
121.
re-energize somehow? They do plan for this well in advance. And to look at it slightly differently as well, they do look at certain fixtures
46.
and think, that's the game I'm targeting today to have that little bit extra. It might be something personal. It might be something that's happened before. It might be because they're earmarking
58.
that fixture as the one they have to win because they're looking at someone like Jim Long, for instance, as the biggest threat. And just because Thomas Banks has lost his first 2 matches
60.
in this group,
Derek, you require 140.
and I know things are magnified in Group C, but Connor Scott lost his first 2 matches in Group A and still won it.
130.
In a way, that would have hurt Neil Duff a little bit more. He'll probably go on to lose a leg, but having someone put in a big one against him straight away, he knows his luck's not turning.
130. Derek, you require 10.
Ironic that 130 is the biggest finish that Neil's found this week.
Game shot on the first
I'm not
leg.
100% certain, but I don't think that was the side that Derek was going for. But it's found the bet anyway.
Second leg. It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
You don't get a lot of Dereks these days. It's one of those names like Gary that doesn't seem to be in fashion anymore.
Did he lost the dart then? I think Neil just handed him, was it the whole dart? Part of the dart?
57.
Yeah, I think he dropped the dart and Neil, somewhat gentlemanly, picked it up for him.
We do sometimes reflect on our Modus memories, and one of mine actually involved a player
100.
not realising that the flight had come off the dart. Conor Heenahan, he was just about to throw it, and Wes Newton tapped him on the shoulder, stopped him from maybe doing a bit of damage unnecessarily, and hit a 180 as well. Wes may
140.
wish he hadn't done that.
We're going to have to do that. We're going to have to do a Modus memories of funny moments because we've had plenty of those. And one of them would definitely be Dom Taylor
100.
and Tommy Morris doing the celebration with the guns into the camera lens. That was a brilliant moment.
Yeah, do let us know your favourite moment, particularly from this series as the Champions Week
100.
culminates on Saturday. Been some brilliant matches, some fun stuff, some thrilling stuff, and also away from the live action as well. Plenty of top quality
84.
content, not just featuring players here at the Super Series, but we've had the likes of the world champion and world number 1 Luke Humphries on that stage. We had Luke Littler on that stage as well, but that was before he was at the sharp end of world darts, and maybe a big contributing
60.
factor as to why plenty of, well, it's becoming nostalgia, I suppose, isn't it, for you to go back through the archives on YouTube and have a look at.
Definitely. We've got some really good stuff coming up as well. We can't
Derek,
tell you
require
exactly what it is yet,
144.
but it is good stuff. Well, Neil's got to get a foothold in this game, and he might need something rather large to get his
60.
first leg of the day.
Still you require 157.
He can't supersize it, so Coulson from 84, he should guarantee a shot at the bull at least.
60. Derek, you require 84.
And Neil's coming up dry an awful lot early in this group. Bullseye it is.
Game shot
It's
on the
classic
second
Coulson,
leg.
really.
Derek Coulson.
Cool as a cucumber, and he looks so unflustered. He'd probably
leg,
be
it's
sweating
Neil
more
to
if he was in a
throw
queue for the
first.
post office.
Game on.
Well, he certainly stamped his authority on this group already. That 4-3 win against Thomas Banks, and now he's inflicted
140.
a couple of legs against Neil Duff, which means that Neil is 6 played, 6 lost so far today.
135.
Neil did win the last game of Group A, beating Jimmy Van Schie, and it was a very good game. Both averaged over 92,
100.
and that's the kind of standard he really needed in this game. He will have another match with Jimmy later on in Game 13. That will be their last game of the day.
140.
I just wonder what kind of points totals they're going to have when they do play each other. I think the risk of Neil playing
45.
every day or most days over the next 3 weeks is that there's going to be a minimum of 2 days, in my opinion, where he just doesn't have the energy and he doesn't have the game. It's what happens.
125.
You ask a golfer to play 3 straight weeks, there's going to be a couple of rounds where they play poorly.
And here you can't have that on a Thursday or a Friday, because if you have a day where you lose 4 or 5 matches, then you're pretty much toast.
180.
Finally,
require
something
101.
for Duff to cling to.
92 left. And this is where things can start for Duff.
Require 36.
He only got 2 dots at a double in his previous game.
$27.
The
Derek,
two
you
words going
require
through his mind right
63.
now are, oh no.
Options here for Derek. Treble 13. Maybe the approach, that's what it was. Leaving 50. Could go anywhere here, really. He's not really bothered about which double he goes for, is he? We've seen him hit
Derek Coulson.
different targets, and again, he has the killer instinct. This is getting ugly for Duff.
4th flag. It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Anybody who's played this great game for a period of time, they've been through this. It doesn't feel good.
43.
And if you'd walked up to me this morning, Murph, and said that we were going to have 3 consecutive games in this group where it would be 4-0, I would have said, not a chance. But now there is a distinct chance of that.
He is capable
95.
of turning his fortunes around, Neil Duff. I think one of the most interesting games I've ever commentated on was when he found himself 3 sets behind to Jim McEwen at the Lakeside, the World Championship that he went on to win. McEwen could not miss top for most of that
140.
match, missed it for the match, and Duff rattled off 4 straight sets to win the game and went on to win the title.
Maybe the most defining game of his life.
140.
He'll probably say the most defining set of his life was the last set at Lakeside in 2022 when he beat Thibaut Tricol in that final.
140.
But maybe the most defining games of everybody's careers aren't finals. They are games that led them to
96.
the end of the rainbow.
There are usually moments, aren't they, where you get the glory, but whether it's in sport or just in life, something happened along the way where you could have taken a different direction.
100. Neil, you require 107.
Well, this would be some way to get your first leg of the day. Now we might not get one in his first 2 matches.
134. Derek, you require 78.
So treble 18 for double 12.
Game shot.
And
the
Derek
match,
Coulson.
Derek Coulson.
Causes more despair for Duff. It's back-to-back victories for Coulson, but it is back-to-back defeats. And not only that, back-to-back 4-0 defeats for Neil Duff. Who would have seen that coming before a dart was thrown in this group? Coulson takes Duff to the cleaners there, winning every leg, 93.94 the average. Again, some really effective finishing from Derek in that game. 4 out of 6 in his first match, 4 out of 7 in his second, and he wipes the floor with Duff, who needs to lift himself off the canvas. He takes on Thomas Banks in what will be a crucial game in a couple of games' time, but before that it is Jimmy versus Jim. Stay with us.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Schie.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Neil is getting nilled. Duff losing both of his matches by 4 legs to 0. And before the break, it was Derek Coulson with a 93.94 average that did for the former WDF World Champion. Game 6, our final game from the second round of fixtures. Jimmy Van Schie and Jim Long. And watching this one in commentary is Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
The question on the stage is, what can you see? Well, I can see 2 things that are very long. One is Jimmy and the other one's Jim. But 2 players that have won so far today, and we're taking a break from the heartache and the nightmares of Banks and Duff, who will play each other in the next game.
Game on.
And that is a crucial game to see who gets off the mark. You said off the air, Chris Murphy, that maybe the loser of that game is really, really struggling to be in the top 2 already.
140.
And it's only 2:30 in the afternoon on day 1.
Pretty much out, unless we get a real reversal of fortunes tomorrow and Henry Deacon's prediction of a 10-point qualifier comes to pass. But even then, it would
100.
be tricky to get there. I mean, you could have a situation where every single player in the group gets 10 points. We've never had a group yet, have we, where all the players have got the same points?
We've been close.
We've been one match away in a Group B. And arguably, Champions Week is the most likely week for it to happen because the standard is more
57.
evenly matched between the players.
I'm going to say this rather selfishly. Do you know what I want to see on Saturday night? I'd like to see a 9-dart shootout on Champions Night.
Oh, you're a bad man, Mr. Nicholson. Could see a 10-darter here from Jimmy Van Schie because he's left the ball, and the common way is to go for it when you've thrown 9 darts.
140.
Do it. Well, he nearly did do it. But does he win the leg in 12? Yes, he does. Jimmy's in fine fettle, looking to make his first Champions Night at the second attempt.
Second leg.
It really has become a thing, hasn't it? If you're on 50 after a dozen darts, your opponent's not on a finish, you never go for the bull. But if it's after 9 darts, everybody seems to be doing it.
140.
I'll tell you why I never did it. Because the people behind me would have given me daggers. It was seen as disrespectful to do it in my generation, but now it's become a bit more 51. Of the norm.
Didn't stop Mr. Mason when he was here. He employed that tactic, didn't he?
Yeah, but he's allowed to say to do things like that and to say other things because he's won a week. I haven't. Mitchell hasn't yet. So when you've been a winner, you've got a bit more bragging rights.
Well, so far today, certainly in the last 3 matches, winning the first leg has been a nailed-on 4-0 victory. Long did it against Duff, Hogan did it against Banks, and then Coulson did it against Duff. And Schie takes leg 1 against Long. But I've got a feeling this one won't be 4-0.
My thoughts exactly.
100.
There are many people in Portsmouth who are praying that Jimmy Van Schie makes Saturday night because he's got an army of fans in this town.
Yeah, very popular character in Pompey. And he'll be playing up for them on Saturday.
43.
Hope you book your tickets, lads, because it's sold out. Champions Night.
That's incredible, that dart.
100.
It's a great ton.
He requires 78.
We just saw Derek Coulson take out 78 to take out Duffman. This way. Just like that.
Game shot on his second leg. Jim
And for the first time in 4 matches, we have a game that isn't going to be 4-0.
Third leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Long levels with Van Schie. With that brilliant check out. And what a start to the game.
43.
12 darter, 14 darter. Both players averaging well into 3 figures after a couple of legs.
$95.
Doesn't look over 50, does he, Jim? Looks very well for his age. Probably all that beautiful Canadian air. His hometown of London, Ontario, very familiar to some of us. Used to play PDC ranked tournaments in that town. Around this time of year. Winners in that town, like Jamie Caven, Dennis Priestley.
58.
Jim's played there a few times as well, and they have had other tournaments, like CDC tournaments, in his hometown also.
134.
But you can imagine the commitment that some of these Canadians have got to make to various tours. Imagine what it was like for Jacob Taylor when he came to Champions Week in series number 3, when he had to come from the east coast of Canada at short notice.
Almost took the title as well.
44.
Taylor, one of those players who's played at Champions Week despite not being a weekly winner. Best runner-up. Do you know, incidentally, the best runner-up for this series was the first reserve, Andreas Harrison.
Interesting.
100. Jimmy, you
And the
require
reason you're not seeing him here this
140.
week, Richard Eric Rowlands, who you will see a little bit later on tonight.
Yeah, the title won't be defended. There will be a
45.
new name on it.
Jimmy
on that
require
trophy.
148.
I think whatever happens with Dart 3, which is
140.
actually another
Jimmy, you
treble 20, you'd be
require
quite happy with that
95.
setup. Not an easy 195, no gimme.
Even if he blocks the ball, if he chooses to go that way, we know he can hit it. He's undecided.
Do what feels right, Jimmy.
He gets a 19, even when he was going for the 25. So it's going to be 2 double 19s.
39.
Maybe that was
Jimmy require 8.
the darting gods telling him he should have gone the 19s.
It's double 4 for the break. Jim Long measures the shot, but can't
6.
execute the finish.
Jimmy, you require 56.
The intensity is definitely going up today. Tops for the dart player who looks down on tops.
Game shot on a third leg.
So can
Jimmy
you imagine
Van
how much he
Schie.
looks down on double 10? He looks down on every dart player here this week. But he's
Fourth
not the
leg,
kind
it's
of
Jim to
player
throw first.
that actually
Game
does look down on anybody. He literally does, but figuratively he does not. He is one of the most humble individuals that's ever stepped foot in this place.
83.
Yeah, nice guy, as is his opponent, aptly named Gentleman Jim.
100.
I'm yet to meet any Canadians that aren't pleasant. They're just noted for being that way.
100.
One of the best countries in the world. And they've yielded some incredible dart players over the years. Tour pros, good amateurs,
60.
great internationals.
And world champions. And one in particular, who of course has played on this stage, John Part. He was doing some interesting
108.
promotion for the World Seniors events, wasn't he?
Just when he thought it was safe to go back in the water.
Well, they're making a splash on the Super
140.
Series stage here.
Jimmy require
180
138.
from Long. Puts him on a famous finish.
Ah, it's the old reverse Keith Della. Going for the 54 first.
58.
But then again, if he'd got the 54, he could have gone 48-36. We are searching for the next famous 138 after Luke Humphries got it at the Grand Prix
71.
last year.
Check 81. Jimmy require 80.
This is no longer a 138. It's easier than that.
Double 10 again.
75.
Close one,
Jimmy,
and then
you
a really
require
wayward one, allowing Van
120.
Schie this chance at 120.
Now, what's the ideal first dart here? If you ask me, just above the 60. That's not ideal, but he can find the 60 from this point.
Hit the dart
100.
and prove
Jimmy
that he
require
could
5.
get past it. Long having made a real mess with the last dart he threw, just needing to clean up 5 in bits here.
3.
Can't do so.
Jimmy, you
A
require
real opportunity
20.
now for Van Schie to stretch his lead.
And he's already hit double 10 in this match. He'll feel good about this.
Game shot
He's
on a
feeling
fourth
great
leg.
about this.
Jimmy Van Schie.
He's been given chances and he's taken them.
5th leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
There are players who walk into this building and they are GIF machines, just like Mervyn King. And that one right there, well, that was a classic GIF from Jim Long, as if to say, well, this isn't going to plan.
Or going to plan for his opponent, who opens what he hopes is the last leg of this game with a maximum.
43.
Jimmy was the recipient, wasn't he, of Jim not taking up the Group A spot. And Jimmy was ecstatic because he really wanted to play Group A in Champions Week.
Yeah, but I have to say, has it worked out wrong for Jimmy Van Schie now? Had he not taken the Group A spot,
96.
Had long taken the Group A spot, he'd have been in Group B, not Group C. An interesting sort of subplot.
That's a really interesting point.
60.
But he does like Group C. When he made his first Champions Night, he came through Group C by the finest of margins.
100. Jimmy requires.
And there are people who prefer Group C over Group B because you get a couple of extra games.
Well, he's not making a bad fist of it so
40.
far. Not for the first time. The darts bounced out around the bull area.
Yeah, it hasn't happened to anybody else. So something's happening in the centre of the board with Jimmy and his attack angle.
44. Jimmy, you require 121.
Nothing wrong with that one. Or that. Double 16.
105.
And in a flash, he could have been 4-1 to the good. But it's always nice to take a sip of water and realise that you're coming back.
That was defiant, wasn't it? Having had the bounce out on the bull in the previous visit to just go up and slam it straight
45.
in there.
Jimmy, you require
I'm not having
16.
this. Is he having this? He is.
Game shot. And
Jimmy
the
Van
match,
Schie
Jimmy Van Schie
gets off to the perfect start in Group C. 2 wins from 2 for the towering Dutchman, who defeats Jim Long in a battle between two of the players expected to be challenging at the top end of the table. It's an average over 90 for Van Schie, who hit 4 out of his 9 double attempts. Only 1 from 8 for Jim Long, maybe where the game got away from him. But it's Van Schie who does the double and joins Derek Coulson in doing so after the first round of fixtures. That pair lead the way. At the bottom end of the table, Thomas Banks and Neil Duff haven't got any points yet. Neil Duff hasn't got any legs yet. Will that change? Find out after the break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. And the
Oh,
match.
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win.
Game
Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures here on the first day of Group C at Champions Week. Before the break, we saw Jimmy Van Schie get the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 1. Derek Coulson and Paul Hogan with 4-0 victories in the second round, getting the better of Neil Duff and Thomas Banks respectively. Neither of them two have picked up a point so far today, but they do go toe-to-toe in our 7th game of the afternoon session here in Ports. It's a fairly uniform table. These are the 2 players on 0 points. Long and Hogan on 2 points. Coulson and Van Schie are on 4 points. And actually, the way that the round 3 fixtures go, you'll have the 3 players on 0, followed by the 3 players on 2, followed by the 3 players on 4. So it'll be an interesting dynamic as we go into round 4. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's get into the action as Banks takes on Duff in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Well, I don't know about getting ahead, Henry, but these 2 players are in danger of getting too far behind, and the loser of this game will have lost their first 3 matches, will still be on no points, and may well be pretty much eliminated. And Matthew Edgar, a co-commentator of ours here at the Super Series, has a rule of 3. Says you can only afford to lose 3.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
That's all the lives you get.
Game on.
And all 3 of those lives will be gone for one of these players at the end of this contest. Both of them pointless. Neil Duff legless.
45.
Let's try and find a way that Neil can win this match then. And we'll do the same for Thomas. But the first thing to notice here is that Neil has changed his equipment back to what he started Monday with. So the Joe Cullen style darts, they've been
60.
Benched. Is that the right way to put it?
Yeah, and I think he's telling us his way of trying to turn around his fortunes. Change of equipment, a change of style.
35.
But not a change of look, based on what we've seen so far.
Averages of 83.
100.
And almost 89. Haven't yielded a single leg for Duff so far today. But up against a player who is
41.
Averaging 78 for the day. This might be the ideal fixture for him right now, because he has played Thomas 3 times this week and not lost. So you've got to say that Duffman's favourite, even though he hasn't got the throw.
81.
But you've got to give Banks credit. He has taken this first leg by the scruff of the neck.
99.
Maybe a little bit of familiarity for Thomas. An opponent that he has played this week will make him feel just a little bit more at ease.
59. Thomas, you require 78.
It's a dart at tops. He's got more if he misses.
58.
And he has missed, but he's missed low again. And that's been a problem for him on many targets so far today.
If I were Thomas's coach,
95.
at the end of this match,
Thomas, you require 20.
he's got a little bit of a break.
Game shot of
And he has got a 1-0 lead.
Banks.
So Neil Duff's legless route today stretches to 9.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Thomas's next game is in game 11. So he's going to have 3 games off after this. I would say to him,
100.
and think of a tennis coach. If your backhand is suffering, you go back on court, you get the machine to fire some balls
57.
at you. You do nothing but backhands for 20, 30 minutes. I'd say to Banks, go for tops for 15 straight minutes and just understand what's
60.
happening. And start aiming for a different point. So he's going for the middle of tops at the minute. It's always going low.
96.
Find a new aiming point, which is slightly above the top wire, and he will start to enhance his ability on tops.
100.
Well, for him, I suppose.
92.
Yeah, he could sharpen up that part of his game, but if he keeps doing what he's doing, he only lost the first match 4-3. Yes, he went down 4-0 in a second, but I think just get Duff early. If he can win this leg against the throw and make Neil Duff feel like the whole world is against him,
140.
that might be the key to victory for the youngster.
141.
He's got a drifter, which has been the problem for Marvin van Velsen this week. Not so much yesterday. We'll see more of him tonight. We're going to see double 18 now.
98.
Slightly short again.
46.
And Duff gets his first chance of this match.
There it is, finally. Neil Duff gets a leg on the board. I might just relax him a little bit now.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
A wipe of the brow. You can see the funny side of it right now, but it's back to business
95.
within a matter of seconds. Was that a change of plan for Neil? Because usually he would leave double top.
Yeah, I was surprised actually, because we saw in the previous game that he missed
97.
a dart at double 18 and then 2 at double 9 to get a leg on the board in that one. So to choose that double, I thought was a bold,
58.
brave decision by Duff, but it paid off in the end.
You know how stubborn dart players can be.
Is he going to get in the groove suddenly? There have been a lot of wayward darts from Duff today, particularly the wrong side of that wire between the 20 and the 5.
140.
Well, that's a forceful 140. Banks has now got 2 of them. We're still searching for our first maximum of this match. It hasn't been a day full of maximums.
140.
We've only seen 8 so far, but then again,
128.
we've already had 3 games go 4-0, so we haven't seen a maximum amount of legs by players on the stage. That seems to be Neil's miss today, that 5.
13. Thomas, you require
It's not a drift
80.
for him. It's actually something to do possibly with Oki position.
60.
Because he does drift a lot left on the Oki.
$84. Thomas, you require 20.
Usually nothing wrong with 10s.
Game shot on a third leg. Thomas
That
back.
has been a friend this week.
Fourth leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
And speaking of Connor Scott yesterday, he was informing us of his new pre-throw routine with some new
100.
grip aids. He got some new grip chalk, which has been utilising well. It's been working pretty well. And you do see quite a lot of dart players
95.
utilise the table in some way, shape or form when it comes to grip, preparation, hydration.
100.
Yeah, sure, Connor might be tuning in while he's having his couple of hours afternoon practice that he committed himself to
58.
when we spoke yesterday.
Couple of hours. Probably more like 10. He is a workhorse.
42.
As we approach
92.
the halfway point of the day, and we will be at the halfway point when we have Hogan against Long next. Who's stood up today more than anybody else?
137.
Well, Jimmy Van Schie on 4 points, Coulson on 4. They've both got the same leg difference at +5.
43.
And I think what
Neil, you
Henry was
require
saying about
122.
the people having the same points total coming into round 3, playing each other, makes for a really interesting
82.
dynamic here in round 3.
Yeah, one of them will be 2 from 2, 3 from 3. I beg your pardon, having got 2 from 2
57.
already.
Neil, you require 40.
Coulson may be the surprise package in this group. I would say Duff's been the surprise package with how dismal things have been for him. But is his fortune starting to turn?
Ironically, he's playing worse, and things have got
Fifth
better
leg,
in this
it's
game.
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
An average of 80, and he's all square at 2-2. But that's not because Banks is playing exactly the
42.
same as he was earlier. He's actually come up by 5 points. I think there's going to be a lot of very happy
140.
Norwich City fans today. Not because of their team, but because of what happened to their arch rivals last night at AFC Wimbledon.
128.
Just a point on Thomas Banks, 17 years of age. I had a chat with him earlier this week. He did speak about the desire to lift the trophy because Luke Littler had done it and what he's
32.
gone on to achieve since. Do you think this particular title now holds a different level of prestige because of what's happened since for Luke
92.
Littler? So the £25,000 and the name on the Roll of Honour itself is, of course, very good in its own right. But what doors may open as a result of it? What lies beyond?
I think that's very fair. Jim McEwen hasn't just
92.
won a series here. He's been to a major final in seniors. Andreas Harrison is seen as one of the best players in Europe that doesn't have a tour card. He's incredibly dangerous. Always has been, really. But more so now because of him being a winner here.
Yeah, and since then, management deal, darts manufacturer deal announced today. But that's the real deal
On the fifth leg,
from Thomas Banks, who produces a fabulous 147. Just when Duff thought his luck was
Sixth leg,
changing,
it's Neil to
he
throw
had to
first.
look
Game on.
as Banks took out the big finish.
That's his biggest finish of the week by a mile. Bettering his 121
140.
from Group A. And that's going to cheer him up, isn't it? But the only thing that's going to make him smile at the end of the match is if he's got 4
78.
legs, not 3.
$125.
Thomas's friends, Steve West. He'll come back to Champions Week later on today.
140.
I'm sure he's got an eye on this afternoon to see who could potentially be a target come Saturday, but you're going to have to focus on your Group B opponents first.
Yeah, Group B getting underway tonight from 10 p.m. Do join us here on the Super Series YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button and that notification bell.
121.
Paxton, Van Velzen, Roan, Sykes and West, the players in action this evening.
$60.
This is now a chance. If Duff makes a mistake, Banks has got to be there to swoop.
56.
Not really a swooping
80.
position. However, there's that drifter into the 5 again. This is a hard shot.
55. Thomas, you require 106.
Went for the treble 20. We spoke about this earlier.
93.
Got his dart at double.
Neil, you require 25.
But leaves himself on 13. Unlucky.
Huge dart.
Game shot
And
on
the Duff
sixth
man's
leg.
up to it.
Neil
So we
Duff.
go 2 leg 7 to see who's going to get off the mark. Somebody's going to be disappointed at
Seventh
losing
and
3 in a
final
row.
leg. It's Thomas
Someone
to throw
is going to
first.
snap their streak.
Game on.
And how different things could
94.
look for Neil Duff, who had a torrid start to Thursday, losing every leg in his first couple of games. Went on to lose 9 in a row.
85.
And he lost the first of this one, but if he wins this leg, suddenly he's just 2 points off the top of the table.
85.
Like I mentioned earlier, Duff has won all 3 of their meetings this week. Yesterday was their closest game. Banks hung in there, had the darts in the last leg, but couldn't get the job done.
180.
Duff actually averaged 96.14 in that game. Hit 4 out of 9 on the
95.
doubles. The doubles haven't been titanic, like we've seen from some people this week. But they haven't been bad.
58.
I think this game is all about who gets the chance and takes it. It may come down to one shot.
And this might be the shot.
43.
Because that is a trebleless turn, and he's missed a big number in there as well, meaning that it's advantage Duff for that repeat result from yesterday.
140.
What is he going to do from 38? Is he going to leave 36 again? Or will he just go straight for it?
98.
One thing this shot has
You
got to
require
have,
38.
it's conviction.
Chooses to split 6 for double 16.
Game
And
shot.
Neil
And the
Duff
match. Neil
digs
Duff.
himself out of a hole, but maybe in doing so buries Thomas Banks in it. A 4-3 win for Duff, who had lost every match, every leg before this game started, but he's picked up points now, and despite that blockbuster 147 checkout from Banks, he finds himself once again at the foot of the table, just as he was in Group A. No wins for him so far, the only player without points in the group. And we're going to now move to the match between the middle two as Jim Long takes on Paul Hogan.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Gold for Champions Week, and Neil Duff struck gold before the break, getting the better of Thomas Banks in a last leg decider 4-3 to get his first 2 points of his campaign for Thursday. These two players have got 1 win and 1 defeat to their record this afternoon. Paul Hogan and Jim Long going toe-to-toe. And these two have met on big stages this year. They met at the World Seniors in February. Hogan and Long is game 8 of our day and is being watched
First
by Paul
leg,
Nicholson
it's
and Chris
Paul to
Murphy.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, thank you very much. A reunion for these two. As Henry mentioned, played at the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern. Long got the better of Hogan in a bit of a belter.
108.
And this may have the makings of the same. That was 3-2 in favour of the Canadian, who ended up losing in the semi-finals to the eventual winner, John Henderson.
100.
Yeah, I think that title is getting a bit more credibility as each year goes by. But it's never
30.
left Scotland. Thornton with it twice, Hendo with it now. Who's going to take it off him come February next year?
There's plenty of seniors representation actually this week, isn't there? Neil Duff and Richard
85.
Eric Rowlands also played each other in that World Championship as well, as did Neil Duff and Paul Hogan.
140.
Hogan has definitely turned things around after that blip against Jimmy in game 2. He found himself in a very good position, but As soon as he missed double 6 and double 3 repeatedly,
60.
it's as if somebody put the handbrake on. Now the handbrake is definitely off. Double top. Acceleration. Just like that. Hogan is back after a bit of a break. He beat Banks 4-0 with a 97 average pretty much.
Game on.
And he's just continued where he left off.
Yeah, stunning stuff from Hogan there. The start of the day, it looked like Jim Long might
96.
just be ambling towards victory after victory without really having to change gear at all. When he beat Neil Duff 4-0, but he's been beaten 4-1 by Jimmy Van Schie, and now Paul Hogan is throwing everything at him, barring the kitchen sink. A 180 to open each leg and a 151 check out to win the first.
Even in the background there, he's G'ing himself up. Even at the age of 60.9999, he's just as motivated
83.
as he's ever been.
He's the oldest ever weekly winner at 60 years of age. I've had older participants, but none of them. Most notably, I would say Martin Adams, to taste victory at the Super Series yet.
Yeah, we had this conversation this morning,
83.
didn't we? Best players not to win a week so far. Thornton, Adams.
118.
I suppose we can say Richie Burnett, even though he's really close in this series.
May change next week. Burnett, part of the lineup for the double trouble. The second double trouble week, which Neil Duff won the first time round.
120.
Hogan looking for back-to-back ton toppers. Finds a 60. And the single. And the
on
double.
the second leg.
Well,
Paul
what a
Hogan.
start to this game by Paul Hogan.
Third leg. It's Paul to
Scary
throw
good.
first. Game
Starting to remind us of a game we had with Marvin Van Velsen and Jimmy Van Schie from a couple of days ago, where they had
25.
4 ton plus checkouts to start that match. Checkouts of 127, 113, 116, 124. But Hogan has stepped it up a notch.
60.
No one's ever done it, have they, here? 4 ton plus checkouts to win a match. It has happened before the move was made to the
100.
Super Series stage. In a rather more sedate setting in Southampton. Not casting aspersions on Southampton as an area, by the way. I'm just talking about the room that we played darts in back then. Don't at me.
Try and take that performance away from Graham Usher, though. Now that is a Modus memory. Serious performance. Massive average. 9 darter. 4 ton plus finishes.
140.
That game had pretty much everything you could ever wish for.
It will be interesting to see as well at the end of the year whether the likes of Graham Usher will be returning to the Super Series. He has already said he's going to have another go at Q School, but it's a lovely safety net to have, isn't it, this place?
If you're coming off the tour, you go straight into stage 2, don't you? So you don't have to go through stage 1 and stage 2. Makes it a little easier, I guess, but if you're going straight into stage 2, you know the standard you're going to have to play at. It's one of the best and most exciting
100.
parts of the year for a darts fan, because we just don't know who's going to be eligible for this for the following season. We don't know who's going to get a card.
140.
It's like draft time in the NFL or transfer window time like it is in Premier League football.
60. Paulie required 36.
He loves this double. He loves it even more now. 3-0 up, and Hogan is taking Group C by the neck with both hands.
Fourth flag. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Excellent stuff. Considering he lost his opening game as well, really has put things right, and he might be having a very happy birthday tomorrow. Could end in qualifying for Champions Night. The pot at the end of the rainbow That's £25,000 in it.
100.
Now, what should we get him for his birthday? Should we get him a cake? Do crocodiles eat cake?
I think you'll find tradition in a workplace, Paul, is that they bring the cake for the rest of us.
Oh, well, there you go.
Andy Hamilton did
91.
Yes, he did. That was a very tasty cake. I'm very disappointed that Jim Long didn't bring any Tim
45.
Hortons for us, by the way. To be fair, though, we didn't ask. If we did, he would have brought us some.
66.
Finds a jam in the sandwich there for a score of 66.
60.
Yeah, no trouble there for Hogan. It would be the ideal week. You celebrate your birthday and you pick up £25,000 in prize money. What does someone at the age of 61 spend £25,000 on?
60.
That is something you'll think about if he's the last man standing. This is a nice recovery after a troublous visit.
100.
He's going to get a shot.
And 40.
I love the pause in between that shot. It's one of my favourite things in this sport. It's like adding VAT onto the price. 100 and 40.
100. Probably require 156.
Well, it's an important extra 40 points because it got him down to the checkout, and the way he's been going in the match, he might well take it out. He can do a double 18. He's already had a 151. He adds a 156. Also a 120 in the game as well. Absolutely staggering stuff from Paul Hogan, who whitewashes Jim Long. Wow, 4-0. An average of 107 and change. 3 ton plus checkouts in the match. The highest being that match, winning 156. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. Jim Long, well, he didn't even get a go in the game there at the outer ring. Derek Coulson and Jimmy Van Schie are waiting in the wings, and they've just seen the standard set.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12. As in,
and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know.
Tony Lishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Where following a slow start, Paul Hogan has recorded back-to-back wins, his latest against the favourite to win Group C, Jim Long, by 4 legs to none, an average of 107.36, 3 ton plus checkouts, including a 156 to win it. The final game of the third round is between the 2 unbeaten players in this group, Jimmy Van Schie and Derek Coulson. One will move on to 6 points. Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy who that's going to be.
Yeah, we will indeed find out who it will be. And Paul Hogan has kind of set the standard, as we said there, with that fantastic performance before the break. But as Henry mentioned there, one of these players will
First leg,
replace
it's
him
Derek to throw
at
first.
the top of the table after 3
Game
rounds
on.
of fixtures. And everything will be looking rosy in the world for one of them, who won't have tasted defeat in any of those 3 games.
The last 2 games, Murph, have seen 4 ton plus checkouts.
100.
147, 120, 151 and 156. So this round of play is yielding big finishes.
60.
I wonder if that's going to continue as we enter the end of round 3. Interestingly, last night, listening to the remarks of Sean Longstaff when he was playing for Newcastle in that penalty shootout against
57.
Forest, he said one of the comforts of being under the lights with that penalty was that even if he missed, they weren't out. They still had another chance.
60.
Here, something similar. Even if you lose, you're still only 2 points behind. You're not in, say, 4th, 5th or 6th position, really needing to get the Jets moving. It's a case of you're still within touching distance of the person you've lost to.
140.
And also that's kind of what Long, Duff and particularly Banks have to look at, is they're not chasing the player who wins this game. They're chasing the player who loses it, the one in second place
58.
on 4 points.
Yeah, that's a great point. Your Owls did pretty well last night as well, didn't they?
Night before, last night, we were in the draw last night after winning the night before.
100.
But yeah, not a bad result. Strange old season. We either hammer somebody or get hammered, basically.
Well, that's a little bit like today, isn't it? People have been hammered. We've seen 4
140.
nils already.
Yeah,
Derek,
Jim
you
Long is
require
Sheffield Wednesday
104.
manifest, isn't he? A 4-0 win and a 4-0 defeat.
He won't have a clue what you're talking about.
That's literally how our season started. 4-0 win, 4-0 defeat. Derek Coulson, though, has been the most clinical finisher in this group.
76.
Can't complete the combo on that occasion, but didn't have to.
They don't have many football teams in Shropshire, do they? Telford. That's the only one that I know
60. Derek, you require 28.
of. If you were going to list every county in England,
Game shot on the
maybe the
first
people from
leg,
Shropshire
Derek
would put it
Coulson.
towards the top, but it's a largely forgotten county. It's had some great dart players from that county.
Second leg,
And I'll
it's
tell you
Jimmy to
what,
throw
Derek
first.
Coulson was, despite
Game
being
on.
the most recent weekly winner, was largely a forgotten player in this Champions Week. Not many people, ourselves included, were talking about him as a potential winner.
58.
But he might be announcing himself to the stage in some style.
That's a fair point. At the start of week 12, I said he was a definite threat for week 12.
60.
And I did say I told you so at the end of Saturday night. However, coming into this week, I was focusing on other players, and I hadn't forgotten about Derek. I was just thinking that maybe other people
60.
were more potent and present dangers.
But you're right on the football teams. Telford and Shrewsbury, the 2 best-known ones. Market Drayton, where
60.
Derek is from, do have their own football team. But they're playing at a relatively low level.
60.
Of course, we saw last week a non-league footballer try his hand at darts and do pretty well at that in Jamie Owens.
Yeah, he did pretty well, didn't he? I'm sure we'll see him again.
What is it about these people who are good at everything?
93.
Well, maybe darts has been seen as a primary sport for a lot of young people. But for people who have come through football, rugby, cricket careers, it's a great option for a second professional career. Look at Price.
85.
Look at John Bowles.
On a slightly lower level in terms of what they've achieved in darts. A player we've had here, Pete Burgoyne. Excellent cricketer, played at a very high level. Scratch golfer as
140.
Yeah, Hopai Pua from New Zealand he's not a scratch golfer. He's actually better than scratch.
100. Derek, you require 148.
Every time a finish is in front of him, he threatens it, doesn't he?
140.
He plays the game
Jimmy, you require
in an unflappable way. And Jimmy might need this. And he fancied it.
And that's what Derek's doing to his
90.
opponents. He's making them go to the
Derek,
board
you
on those kind
require
of finishes,
8.
saying, I've got to take this out. I have to hit it. Because if I don't,
second leg, Derek
he
Coulson.
will. And he has. And he leads 2-0. And the finishing today has been nothing short of
Third leg, it's Derek
spectacular
to throw first.
for Coulson. He's 2 out of 4 in this game, which is 50%. But before that, 4 out of 6 and 4 out of 7.
Yeah, that's world-class stuff. He's not noted as a massive 180 shooter because he uses barrels that are fairly hefty. So in that regard, again, he's an old-school type of player. Give him an open bed on the outer ring and he's going to find it. But how many darts is it going to take him to get there? Something in the region of 14, 15 darts, which is incredibly effective at this level. Look at the way that dart behaved with the previous one.
97.
He ran out of room on the 60, and that's why he went downstairs. And look at where he went as well. He went to the 17s, not the 19s.
60.
He left a 4 at the end of the score. And everything I've seen from Derek today has been really impressive. Incredible thinking, incredible finishing.
It could be a life-changing week for Coulson. Life-changing fortnight when you consider he won on Saturday
100.
night. People who have not been many times to the Super Series, if any times before, if they win, pretty much nailed on to get invited to the next series. It can become a regular part of their calendar, can't it?
Derek,
What you were saying in the previous leg,
164.
it's just come to haunt Jimmy Van Schie again. He's just maxed. And he might not even get a look. He's not even going to look at the bull.
132.
Even with the 180, Jimmy doesn't leave a finish after 9 darts, and Derek's already there.
Well, we know that he can produce these kind of visits, these kind of darts, and he's done it again here, Van Schie.
100. Derek, you require 32.
What an amazing second dart that was. Is it to no avail?
Game shot on a third
He's just a
leg,
finishing
Derek
machine, this
Coulson.
guy.
Fourth leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Well, Van Schie here might be about to suffer his first defeat. Coulson might be about to get his
85.
second 4-0 win.
The only way I can describe it for Jimmy right now is, imagine going to a restaurant and you've had your starter, your main course, and you really want dessert.
140.
And the waiter comes around and they just don't give you the dessert menu. Right now, Jimmy is being left hungry.
45.
And he hasn't even got a menu.
What has been on the menu today? An awful lot of donuts.
85.
4-0 for Jim Long against Neil Duff. 4-0 for Paul Hogan against Thomas Banks. 4-0 for Derek Coulson against Neil Duff. 4-0 for Paul
40.
Hogan over Jim Long. Is this one going to be another?
Well, if we're going to go with donut analogies, then Derek is the one who's taking the jam out of people's donuts. He almost reminds me of another Shropshire dart player called Steve Farmer. Without the pulling of the lorry cord, which was made famous for a bust shot at Alexandra Palace. But Steve was a serious player.
And Derek's been a serious operator today. Another chance for a big finish. Not going to go, but like in pretty much every leg, he's threatened a big finish, hasn't taken it out, but has set it up. And Jimmy Van Schie's not even in the same postcode.
If he hits this tops, his average is going to be 101.9. If he hits it with the first dart.
Game shot and the
Which
match.
he does.
Derek Coulson.
Derek Coulson indeed posts those figures again. 101.9, but look at the stats for the finishing in this game, because there is something special happening here with Derek Coulson. They say it's not about how you start, it's how you finish, and he's gone 4 out of 7 in his last 2 matches, having gone 4 out of 6 in his first. That is world-class finishing. Any player in any tournament would take that every day of the week, and on this day of this week, this Champions Week, Derek Coulson has won every match. 3 from 3. What a start from him. Neil Duff against Paul Hogan is coming up next.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds worth of play on this Thursday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it has absolutely flown by. This is what we've seen so far this afternoon. These are the results from our 9 games so far, and as you can see, there's been 5 4-0s out of the 9 games that have been played, including back-to-back 4-0 wins for Paul Hogan, who, following after a defeat in his first game, has won 2 on the spin and convincingly. Derek Coulson as well, with back-to-back 4-0 wins. It has been a day littered with comprehensive wins. Paul Nicholson's been watching every single dart in the commentary box. It's only fair to start with Derek Coulson. He's won all 3 of his matches so far today. We spoke at the beginning of the show about potentially winning week 12. He can use the form he's in as a reference, as a guide, and something to really steer him forward in this Group C campaign. And boy, has he used it.
Yeah, I think he likes Group C. And I think his level of play is just exceptional at the minute. Not noted for massive averages, but really efficient work and getting himself into winning positions in pretty much every leg he's playing. And when he gets to a finish, he takes it out. We haven't got his exact percentage. I haven't worked it out quite yet because we're still only 3 games into the 5 of today, but a lot can change. But the start is impeccable. And the last couple of games we've seen from Coulson and from Hogan, there is definitely life in the old dogs yet.
I want to pick up on a comment that you and Murph made in commentary about players suiting different groups. What is it about Group C that you think will suit Derek Coulson down to the ground that maybe others may not?
Well, I don't want to go down the age angle because I think that's unfair. But if you consider when we start, which is 1 o'clock in the afternoon, get here for about 11 o'clock, it means that you don't have to get up early. And then when you're finished, you can have an early night. So if you are someone who doesn't necessarily like playing mornings, but you don't necessarily like playing late either, this suits you down to the ground. And with Hogan, for instance, he predominantly does play very late. And I don't think we see the best from Paul when he plays in Group B. I'm starting to think that Group C suits him down to the ground just like it does Derek.
Well, let's talk about Paul, because he lost his first match, but his recovery in games 2 and 3 have been absolutely immaculate. After that slow start, this is probably the best we've seen from him on this stage.
Yeah, I think that's fair. He was in a really strong position against Jimmy in his first game, and you think at that point he's kicking on here, but one blip, one 90-second spell where he just couldn't find a double, it ruined that match, but he hasn't let it ruin the day, because since then he's been immaculate. And we're starting to see that at the age of almost 61, he's still got a world-class game in him, and it's brilliant to see. And if he makes Saturday night, he's going to be a very popular guy here.
What do you feel like he's almost been written off to a certain extent? Because everyone's been talking about Scott, everyone's been talking about West and the players in Group A. Paul hasn't had the headlines that other players in this group and other players in this week have got.
Listen, we've got lots of time to talk about darts throughout the course of a Super Series week, particularly in a Champions Week. And we try and focus on all 12 players. But there are certain people who take the headlines because of what they do. Paul hasn't been through the door until 11 o'clock this morning, but now he is getting the headlines because of what he's doing. So he's reminding us of what he can do. And boy, are we saying that Connor Scott is still the favourite, but now there are other people who are saying, what about me? And Paul Hogan's one of them.
Well, let's have a look at the table then as we head into the 4th round's worth of matches. Derek Coulson leading the way with the only perfect record so far. Paul Hogan and Jimmy Van Schie, 4 points apiece. Let's talk about Jimmy, because he lost his first one just before the break there to Derek. But he looks as if out of the players that dropped out of Group A, he's the one that's been able to react to that disappointment the best.
Yeah, he's played pretty well today. I think the game against Coulson, he's going to be able to shake that off. At least I hope he can, because he was completely shut out by Derek. But there have been some really bright sparks today for Jimmy. I think he's going to have to find a more consistent high level than maybe he did in Group A. He's going to have to average really well for the rest of the day to find himself in a good position to strike tomorrow. And that's the key to Thursday. As long as you're in position to strike, then if you have your best qualifying day of the week, you might find yourself in Champions Night. And when we're talking about the likes of Jimmy and Neil and Thomas, just get yourself into a position where you can still qualify. You can't lose all of your games today, in particular for Thomas.
Just finally, Neil Duff, he's actually warming up behind us here ahead of his game against Paul Hogan. Will he be beginning to feel like this week's transpiring against him a little bit?
Depends on how he thinks about it. Depending on what kind of person you are, you might think that, how's my luck? Mm-hmm. I'm not referencing Kevin Painter because that's his most famous line. But some people tend to think of it as luck. They think that it's not their day. You've got to have a stronger mentality than that if you're going to come through a situation like this and make your first Champions Night, because that's what Neil's trying to do. Remain resolute. Try and deflect the negativity and breathe in the positivity and just believe that you can still get yourself in position by the end of the day.
Well, Neil Duff is going to be in action against Paul Hogan. It is our 10th game of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These two senior stars played at the Circus Tavern will also be playing in 2 of the major events at the end of the year, including the match play at the Barbican in October. Paul Nicholson is going to make the trip over to the commentary box to describe this one in the company of Chris Murphy. Hi again, Chris.
Hello again, everybody. Yeah, and hello again. Between Neil Duff and Paul Hogan, as mentioned, that meeting at the World Seniors Championship came in the second round when Neil Duff was the 4th seed in the tournament, was promptly dismissed for nil by Paul Hogan. That's been a familiar feeling, hasn't it, today? Hogan himself getting a 4-0 win over Jim Long, and Neil Duff on the wrong end of 2 4-0 results.
First leg, it's Neil to throw
so
first.
far, but things can change quickly. Paul Hogan, off the back of such a brilliant performance in his previous match, if he loses this one, him and Duff are level, despite what has seemed like really contrasting days for them. And maybe Duff is just about to get in the swing of things. Let's find out over a race to 4 legs. Paul has made his way back. And
100.
yeah, it's that kind of nuance, isn't it? That a lot of these players are capable in any given game, but not always the most consistent. And I think these two are in that bracket
81.
generally.
Yeah, I think sometimes these players can be levelled with that criticism or that critique.
60.
But one thing more than anything else this week, and in particular today, I love round robin darts. It's so intricate. It can almost seem unfair at times, because if you look at the level of play that we've seen from Hogan compared to Duff, he should be in the distance, but he isn't.
100.
This discipline is different to your straight knockout tournament darts, short or long format. You do have lives you can use up.
100.
But wouldn't it be exciting to see Neil Duff have a recovery by the end of the day? And he could even walk away with more points than Hogan.
Yeah, we were talking football earlier, and it's a bit like that, isn't it? You could get a team winning 4-0 every match, a team getting 1-0 every match, and then the team that's winning 4-0 loses 1-0, and that other team's above them in the table. Duff could be looking to go level in the table with Hogan here.
101.
But he misses tops. He has missed a fair few darts at double today, and Hogan has cleaned up a few of these. 3-ton toppers in the previous game.
65.
It's not going to be a fourth
40.
in the space of 1 and a bit games. Duff can't keep missing doubles.
Game shot on the first leg.
And maybe
Neil
changing the equipment is just giving him the freshness that he needs.
Second leg.
That's
it's
another
Paul to throw
stonker of a
first.
dart shirt today in his
Game on.
Rangers colours. Everybody's bringing their best here this week.
121.
I think that's a really important thing, you know. Representing not just yourself, but what
70.
or who you are as part of your shirt. We know that Hogan is a big West Brom fan, and sometimes he'll break out the yellow and
60.
the blue and the white. We've seen it with Glenn Durrant, wearing the famous Middlesbrough colours for years, and he won Lakesides in that shirt.
42.
I won't go into the intricacies of that with darts players wearing football shirts, but darts fans told they can't wear football
100.
shirts.
Yeah, do you remember the time when Simon Whitlock went to the Glasgow Premier League and he couldn't even wear his Australian colours because they were green?
43.
It's becoming a thing as well, isn't it? Walk-on songs around the football team that a player supports. Luke Humphries, the latest in a list of players to do that.
180.
Chris Dovey walked out to Newcastle Premier League to Going Home, or Local Hero. That's the song Going Home
135.
from the film
Paulie
Local
required
Hero, but it's a
40.
song that Newcastle United walked out to. Double 10 for Hogan. Fascinating
Game shot on
game.
the second leg.
Fascinating.
Paul Hogan.
What is the gap going to be between Duff and Hogan at the end of this game? That's
Third leg,
the
it's
big
Neil to
thing
throw
that is
first.
flashing above them
Game on.
in an imaginary sense, but we can see it vividly.
But if you look over the course of the day, I have to say it, and I hate to
26.
say it, but Duff's standard isn't improving.
Yeah, that's the elephant in the room right now. But sometimes you've got to win a match
45.
with bad numbers. I get the feeling that Neil is
66.
someone who can do that. He has been doing it at times this week. But I do get the feeling if he's going to get through this group, he's going to have to find
100.
some way of getting to 4 points today, minimum, and tomorrow's going to have to be his best day of the week. Where he goes out there, he doesn't necessarily have to do what Connor did yesterday,
54.
but he's going to have to average something like 90 for the day and find 40% in his doubles. And that is predominantly the Group A standard for this week.
41.
Well, we spoke about consistency, and Paul Hogan isn't reproducing the level he did in the previous game. But as we said, Neil Duff has been consistent today, but unfortunately he's been consistently at the lower level of his range.
99.
If you'd like another analogy, to have good consistency, you've got to have the right ingredients. And if you add the wrong ingredients,
47.
your consistency could be split or curdled. So you've got to make sure that you've got enough of the right things.
And so many times he's hit the wrong things today.
60.
Neil Duff's visit after visit, he's finding a 5 or a 1 or a 7 or a 3. Just losing a dart. 1 out of every 3.
100.
Even though he didn't get the 140 he wanted,
56.
that was much better. Hogan's not going to get another 156.
100.
All he can do is find a ton. This is a big visit. Something clinical would be nice. And that's exactly what he's got.
Third leg, Neil Duff.
Can he assert himself on this group
Fourth
suddenly
flag,
and
it's
put
Paul
himself
to
back
throw
in the
first.
mix?
Game on.
All he has to do is keep holding throw to pick up the points. I do wonder, though, whether or not he's going to have to try and eliminate that leg difference
60.
deficit as the group goes on as well, having lost the first 2 matches 4-0.
I do wonder if the experience of Duff, he's played in more Champions Weeks than Hogan, because this is his first.
45.
And he has played in Group C more than Hogan as well. I'm just trying to find a way of
140.
figuring this game out as to how comfortable they are.
We had to come through Group C to win that double trouble week when you got the title there. But again, we've seen it again, the start of this leg.
54.
2 darts drifting into the 5 segment in the first 2 visits. Does it worry you that Neil Duff has chosen Champions Week to mess around with his equipment?
Not necessarily, because when he was winning in week 5, he was doing exactly the same.
Well, the tungsten tinkering isn't working so far. The 22
60.
Lakeside champ.
Getting the exact right equipment is sometimes a microscopic process.
66.
Getting the right flights is a micronic process. The tiniest of margins.
Yeah, just look at Connor Scott, the
100.
winner of Group A, actually has
Only
a fin
require
fewer than the rest of the players in the
135.
field, and it's worked for him. Well, this time Hogan's not going to threaten a big finish, but he streets ahead of Duff in
41.
leg 4.
Does Hogan's approach to 94 change?
100.
Because Duff is only on 142.
94.
He's going treble. Oh, that's a bad miss.
40.
What seemed so
Nearly
simple
require
to leave a
142.
double is maybe not so simple after all. He now has to burn another dart to get to that double.
100. Poorly required.
And it may be
54.
key.
Goes 18 for double 18. Can he sandwich one in between? He
Game
can.
shot on the 4th flag. Paul
And
Hogan.
levels up the match in doing so. All square at 2-2. You'd have to say, based on his
Fifth
previous
flag, it's Neil
performance,
to throw
Paul
first.
Hogan is there for the taking,
Game
but
on.
Neil Duff hasn't been able to pounce yet.
If you're looking at the table right now, if you're Van Schie, Long, or Banks, just to keep you in
140.
this Group C table a little bit more, what's the best result? Because if you go from top to bottom in leg difference,
85.
there's already a gap of 16. In Group A, there was a gap of 50 legs between top and bottom.
100.
I suppose a Neil Duff win to get to 4 points is better for everybody else
24.
because it congests everybody in the middle. And then you hope that Coulson slips up against Long in game 12, just to keep
60.
things even tighter.
This could be a key exchange. Hogan might be in position to set up a break opportunity here. Duff
58.
comes up dry on the trebles, and Hogan has taken the darts against a throw in leg 5.
45.
Oh, now that is a slip. Only if he doesn't take the 156, of course, but Duff's got to be very crafty on this number. Should go 19s. Very well done.
34.
Super board management.
156.
He's done it once today. And there is nothing sweeter than a repeater for Paul Hogan, who takes out the 156 for the second time
Flag. It's Paul to throw
to
first.
hurt Neil Duff.
Game on.
I'm a big fan of Countdown, Murph. And I like 9-letter words, but there are some 5-letter words that are so good. And one of them is savvy. When he celebrated that 156, he did so in a manner that Neil Duff didn't see.
Yeah, wanted to let it out. And so he should. After another enormous outshot.
100.
But that one just changes the direction of this match. Hogan now throwing to win it, to put a bit of distance between himself and the man he's playing.
100.
Who, remember, could be level with him on points at the end of this game. Instead, Paul may pull 4 clear.
100.
I talk about certain players an awful lot when we come to Portsmouth. People noted as journeymen. Or should I say journey people. Players who have got incredible respect.
You require 161.
But they don't have that massive title. They don't have something like Neil's big title. They don't walk down the street and be noted as a world champion.
Paulie require 141.
Is Paul Hogan reminding us that he is a real and present threat to become a Super Series champion?
97.
I think he might be reminding us of just how good he is.
Duff looking though
56.
to snatch the leg. He can't.
Paulie
So
require
Hogan
44.
to win the match. This time chooses double 16. Which kind of surprised me a little, Paul. He's had such a penchant for double 18 today.
Yeah, I was expecting him to go for an 8. Can Duff scrap his way to leg 7?
Game shot
You
on
bet
a
he
sick
can.
flag. Neil Duff.
That gives us an opportunity to understand the
7
career
for
of Hogan,
final
which
leg.
has
It's
spanned
Neil
3
to throw
decades.
first. Game on.
He's represented his country on 10 different occasions.
108.
But maybe the most important thing right now is that he's missed 2 match darts. And Duff might make him pay the penalty.
41.
It may amaze you to think that Paul Hogan has won 1 ranking title in his career.
140.
And that was the British Classic back in 2005.
Well, this leg's all been about Duff. 180, 140 from nowhere. He's pulled out a peach of a leg and suddenly could find himself in the mix, fighting, battling through the disappointing darts today.
140.
He's found a purple patch right on cue.
This is exactly what great players can do under great stress. Hogan has been the better player in this game,
41.
but not in this leg. Double top.
Game shot.
And with that 11 darter
Neil
to win the
Duff.
match, Neil Duff can't get enough of that wonderful stuff. That was a defiant performance from the 2022 WDF World Champion. He's going to take a little break right now, as will we, but those statistics do not tell you anywhere near what that game was all about. That 11 darter at the end for Neil Duff might just be him putting his flag in the ground and saying, do not forget about me. I am here, and I've now got 4 points in the table, the same as Paul Hogan. Jimmy Van Schie and Thomas Banks are about to go toe-to-toe one more time here this week. They will have 2 more games for the rest of the week, but as for today, we're about to find out who wins the 4th battle of Champions Week.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where things really are bunching up in Group C here at Champions Week. A 4-3 win for Neil Duff before the break against Paul Hogan means that everybody's just beginning to bunch up a little bit. And if Thomas Banks here can get the better of Jimmy Van Schie, well, he'll move to within a couple of points of a qualification spot. And what it will actually do is open up the door for Derek Coulson to have a 4-point lead at the top of the table if he got the better of Jim Long. Plenty of permutations and plenty of exciting action ahead of us. And we're going to watch it in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yes, indeed. Thomas Banks, well, he's found himself in this position at other times this week. On Monday, he had the nightmare start to Group A when he lost all 5 matches. He's lost the first 3 in this group. On that day, Jimmy Van Schie won 3 out of his 5, and he's looking for a 3rd win from 4 today. Based on what we've seen, not just for each of these players, but in the matches between
100.
these players, you'd expect Jimmy to pick up the points in this one. And you'd have to say that if Banks does lose the game, then he is very much playing for pride for the rest of the week.
I'd have to say so. You mentioned 3 from 4. Well, that
58
basically is what Jimmy's looking for in this fixture.
108.
There's a bit more of a relaxed nature in that 180 as well from Thomas. That was nice to see. He is the kind of player, though. Let him off the
60.
leash. He can go crackers.
He did get a win over Jimmy on Tuesday. The only day
67.
so far where he's won matches, Thomas Banks. He won a couple of them, and one of them was against Van Schie. He won that one 4-3.
59. Thomas, you require 115.
I always say that you learn more from losing than you do from winning. Well, he's learning a lot and doing
90.
Hollywood stuff. He's off the leash now. Watch out for him over the next couple of games.
And I think his performances, I'm going to say this in defence of Banks,
Thomas, you
I think his
require
performances
25.
in Group A deserve more than 4 points.
No score.
He got more than he wanted on that
Jimmy, you
occasion.
require 143.
That's not the one that he wanted. You'd expect to come back. However, this week has seen an awful lot of big finishes. 143 being something that people have
93.
attempted, but it is one
Thomas,
of the
you
hardest to
require
find.
25.
Same shot, different result, potentially.
9. Jimmy, you require 50.
And his demeanour changes within about 10 seconds. Oh, not close enough.
You require 16.
He's getting to that hockey so fast. He's got that double 8 surrounded.
Game shot on the first leg. Thomas Banks.
I don't blame him for feeling the way he does, but that is a break of throw, so it is a good start.
Second leg. It's Thomas to throw first.
It's amazing to watch.
Game on.
You just pointed out the speed that he throws his darts and then retrieves them and then gets back to the
56.
hockey. I bet he burns a few calories when he plays darts, Thomas Banks. It's like a high-intensity training routine, isn't it?
That's starting to make sense, actually, because his dinner last night was quite plentiful.
100.
We do sometimes have the opportunity to spend a little bit of time with some of the
100.
players during the week, and I had the joy of having dinner with Jimmy last night and Thomas.
So Jimmy goes to retrieve his darts. Thomas Banks is ready to whistle one past his ear, basically.
In perfect style.
180.
We've never put a pedometer on a dart player here
91.
in a daily sense to see how many steps they would do, but I guarantee you it would be 5 figures. They'd easily crack 10,000.
140.
Did he
Jimmy
just
require 170.
go for the 180 there on 165?
I don't know what he was doing, quite frankly, because
58. Thomas, you
Or
require
did he go for the 5 and just
25.
pull it into the 20? In the end, he scored a 140 to leave 25, a score that he's already
Nine.
bust in this match.
Jimmy, you require 112.
he's playing this game fast, kind of effective, and he could be 2-0 up on Jimmy.
44.
And
Thomas,
at
you
times this
require
week, when Jimmy's
16.
been in strong positions in
Game shot on the
tables,
second
he
leg.
has
Thomas
had games
Banks.
like this where he has slipped up.
Well, this is a Banks blitz at the moment. He means business, doesn't he?
Third leg. It's Jimmy to throw
And
first.
Schie has the darts,
Game
but
on.
Banks has 2 legs in the ledger.
140.
I always like to look at the way that someone plays the game of darts and try and compare them to another sports star in the way that they
134.
prepare, the way they react on the stage. Jimmy's a very precise thrower,
140.
but he does have different levels of comfort on the stage as this game goes into overdrive speed-wise.
98.
So if I was going to compare him to somebody, it would probably be someone like Kevin Durant from the NBA.
137.
Whereas Thomas Banks is going full throttle here. He's playing the game
43.
like Christian
Jimmy
McCaffrey,
require
the running back for
84.
the San Francisco 49ers. Just give me the ball and I'll run fast.
Game shot
Well,
on
there
the
you
third
go.
leg.
Jimmy wins that
Vansky.
battle.
We have seen here as well at the Super Series, in his previous
Fourth flag.
appearances,
It's Thomas to throw
Jimmy
first.
Vansky can speed
Game
up.
on.
Sometimes he will move into the pace of his opponent and start
140.
throwing a little bit quicker. I think he might start to do that here. I'll play it your own game, pal.
60.
It's not as if Jimmy's from a country where they've got hundreds of fast dart
134.
players.
We're definitely getting that now. Jimmy Vansky is starting to approach the hockey as quickly as Thomas Banks.
125. 57.
Time will tell as to whether it's a prudent play, but you can see where he stands all the way over to the right-hand side.
That's one of the problems with approaching
90.
quickly, isn't it? Because the
Thomas,
player
you
that's
require
retrieving their darts
170.
walking back is really close to you.
45.
Yeah, he cannot physically go to the hockey as quick as Banks because of where he wants to stand. That's a wonderful 140.
140.
Now,
Thomas, you require
bull 25 bull.
125.
Well, that stops him in his tracks.
55. Jimmy, you require 86.
The time being spent here to think about the shot and to execute it is less than a second. And to not get a shot at double from 86 is
70.
a mistake. And he may pay for it. It's tops again. Oh, he's found it.
Fourth flag, Thomas Banks.
So, something that wasn't happening earlier has just happened.
Fifth flag, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
And something else that didn't happen earlier might just happen.
96.
One more leg and he gets his first victory, and he's very much back in the mix.
121.
His energy levels have definitely gone up since Game 7, where he lost 4-3 to Duff.
134.
Sometimes better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
56.
He's starting to get to know Jimmy pretty well, and he knows Duff really well. Banks' last game will be against Jim
95.
Long. Is he going to go into that game with points or without?
85.
At this stage, it's very much in the balance. Because he was very much in control of that game with Coulson earlier.
100.
But he did lose it.
Well, Banks is bidding to keep himself alive here. And if he can play like this, if he can race
64.
through matches and
Jimmy
just leave his
requires
opponents in a
76.
spin, there's no reason he can't go on a run. Van Schie here wants to keep the game
shot on
going and
fifth
does.
flag, Jimmy Van Schie.
3-2.
And Banks' leg difference is at -6
Sixth
before
flag,
this
it's
match
Thomas to
began.
throw first. Game on.
Van Schie's is okay at +1. Even though
60.
he has been drubbed in a game today by Hogan. No disgrace in that, because Hogan averaged almost 108. But if the damage can be limited,
97.
even if he loses, that's a win in itself in what could be a very tight group. And the reason it's tighter than it could be is because of Duff beating Hogan.
180.
But if Jimmy gets out of here with a win and gets to 6 points, he will join Coulson,
134.
albeit with Derek having a game in hand.
And now Thomas starts to worry because Van Schie has found the swing of things, and if he wins this leg
100.
and breaks Banks, then he would have the darts in the decider. Huge visit this. Needs to find a treble. Does
97.
find a treble.
Jimmy, you require 121.
He doesn't get a shot, but Thomas will
53. Thomas, you require 113.
to win his first game. This is interesting. Double 14. Very, very
85.
close.
Oh, that's at
Jimmy,
Littler-esque,
you
isn't it?
require 68.
Could have been bull 13 bull. And it shows that he had a game plan before the match started and he's decided to stick to it despite the changing dynamic of the match. 53. 36. All square.
Game's on a sixth leg.
Decider
Jimmy
en
Van
route.
Schie.
And now Thomas Banks has his feet planted firmly on the tungsten trapdoor.
Seventh and final leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Think what you like about these two players, but what we've just seen from Jimmy is ultimate darting composure. On the cusp of losing the match, and he needed to take something out there, and he left a double
58.
he can rely on. Ironically, the double that Banks missed for the match is the double that Luke Littler hit to get his first title here
85.
in a series.
Well, if Van Schie wins this game, he moves on to 6 with Derek Coulson. If they then both win their final matches,
140.
they're on 8. And Thomas Banks goes into that last game 8 points behind with only 12 to play for.
98.
Do you know one of the major benefits of sitting in this chair with you today and with other analysts and commentators throughout the year? I've seen a lot of Jimmy Van Schie. It's the ability to see the improvements every series that go by.
24.
The first time Jimmy was here, I remember it well. He looked pretty useful. Looked like something was there. But if you compare that player with this player, two very different
45.
talents. He is much better now because of everything he's done in the last 6 to 9 months.
85.
Yeah, he walks in here with an aura now. A man who feels that he should and will win on that stage. And the way he's dug himself out of the ditch he found himself in this game has been a testament to that.
60.
Yeah, if you go to a doctor in Portsmouth and you've got a sore neck, the first thing they're going to ask you is, have you been spending time with Jimmy?
55.
This
Jimmy,
one
you
could
require
get away from Thomas, and if
140.
it does, the curtains are starting to close on Champions Week for him.
Has Banks got a big one in the locker?
62. Thomas, you require
154 to stay alive, to save his Super Series skin, and he was a fingernail's width away from that treble for a go at a double.
94. Jimmy, you require
That was a seriously
78.
good attempt. But it is Jimmy who can sail to 6 points,
Game
courtesy
shot.
of phenomenal
Jimmy Van
finishing.
Schie.
That was played in a great spirit, but my word, another comeback victory against Thomas Banks today, and Jimmy had to work so hard for that. It was encapsulating at times and rapido from start to finish. Jimmy wins it by 4 legs to 3, and the 50% on the doubles, that was the key statistic. And one missed match start at double 14 for Thomas. That's what cost him his first win in this group in Champions Week. So we take a breather now, and when we come back, it's over to Jimmy Van Schie's closest rival in the table, Derek Coulson, looking to get 4 wins from 4 against Jim Long.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and he's now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Sonny Lishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're in the midst of Champions Week, and before the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, it's Jim Long against Derek Coulson. A win for Derek, a move him on to 8 points and top of the group by a margin. Up against Jim Long, a win here would mean the top 5 all be within 2 points of each other going into the final rounds play. Let's head back to Paul and Chris.
They look like they're playing for the same team, this duo. Black and red shirts. Jim Long and Derek Coulson. And it could be a really big match this for Derek. Look, he's had an excellent start. He's won all of his games, hasn't really put a foot wrong. The finishing has been absolutely different class from Derek. But if Long can win this one, as Henry just said, just 2 points
First
between
leg,
5
it's
players
Jim
in
to throw
this group.
first. Game on.
Hogan could then get level with Coulson. Duff could get level with Coulson and Van Schie as well. There is a possibility of 6 points for 5 players at the end of the day still. So let's see here if the group does start to really separate or whether it's going to be bunched. Pretty similar to what we saw in Group A on the first day, where Thomas Banks was cut adrift and the rest of them were really, really tightly grouped together.
Considering how much we enjoyed that group, yeah, I think that's something that we wouldn't mind, but
95.
Thomas has still got 1 game left to get points, and that is against Jim Long, who will play 2 of the last 4 matches. Jim needs to get back on form because it feels
84.
like he's just hit the wall a little bit today after a fairly strong start by beating Neil Duff 4-0. He's actually been done in the last couple of games. So,
100
against the person at the top, he now has the responsibility of stopping Derek, which is a pretty hard thing to do when someone is hitting 60% of their doubles for the day.
But we're not exaggerating when we say that any player, whether it's Luke Humphries or Derek Coulson, would accept, would be delighted about that kind of double percentage. It's out of this world.
140.
Yesterday, Neil Duff was 67% on doubles, but he only got 18 shots. 18 shots is never enough for a good campaign.
130. Derek, you require
But look at Coulson
86.
now. It's not just the doubles. We're starting to see bigger averages from him as well. His confidence is growing right before our eyes.
Well, he's 12 out of 20 on doubles for the day.
61.
Can't
Jimmy
find the
require
smallest target on this
102.
occasion.
And Jim found it to leave this number. What can he do with double 18?
66.
Not quite.
Derek, you require 25.
I don't think you're going to get much in the way of facial expressions in this game, even with missed single numbers.
21.
That is a rare
Jimmy
mistake.
require 36.
And Jim's got to pounce all over that.
Game shot on the first
that he
leg.
does.
Jim Long.
Looking very similar at the start of this match. Same kind of shirt,
Second
same
leg.
kind of
It's Derek
barber.
to throw first. Game on.
I wonder if someone's going to get the memo tomorrow.
Well, how big a game is this for Jim Long? Because his day hasn't gone the way that he thought he would when he won his first match 4-0. Lost the 2 since then.
100.
And if he loses this one, he finds himself at going into his final game 6 points adrift of Coulson. And he could, by the time he plays that final game, also be 6 adrift of Van Schie.
Yeah, well, considering that
60.
Jimmy's just won the previous game, it now has a slightly different complexion to it. There are groups where you don't mind having a cluster of players, you being included in that
100.
cluster, going for second spot, and somebody stretching and just taking the top spot, and you're okay with that. But this is not one of those times. You have an opportunity now, because of when
140.
you're playing Derek, to keep him at 6 and to keep this whole thing tight. There's pressure on Jim to win himself and 4 other players, even though he won't think of it like that.
123.
I will say one thing, he is playing better in this game than the previous 2.
125.
If anybody's thinking about the dreaded jet lag, I don't know exactly when he came into the country, but
100.
it does take a few days to get acclimatized if you've flown from the east coast of the United States or the east coast of Canada. It's an 8-hour flight, depending on which part you come from.
41.
And they're roughly 5 hours behind. So in Canadian time, it's late morning. He should be feeling all right now.
Is that in tops? It is. So it's double 10.
58.
Which he can't find.
Jimmy require 135.
He definitely didn't want to leave double 10 there. Oh, such a beautiful button. It's almost a shame he can't hit something to leave it again.
Derek, you require 20.
Well, another go for the left-hander at double 10. Usually left-handers very proficient at this target. And Coulson finds it to level up the match at 1 apiece. It's been the worst doubling performance we've seen from Derek so far. He's only 1 from 5 in this match.
Game on.
And despite that, he's still averaging more than 50% for the day.
Well, let's look into that, shall we? He's 1 from 5. If he goes 3 from 3 from now, he'll still be 50% for the game.
Yeah, 52% to be exact for the day so far. But as you said, his scoring has started improving as well. How often is the case, Paul? You see it in the top level of the sport. Someone's checking out really well, but the scoring's not quite there. Suddenly, it's like the balance has to be tipped. They score really well, but they can't finish anymore.
It happens a lot.
100.
Both of them turning up at the same time, they're the great days. You feel invincible.
81.
I've already said today that I admire Scott Taylor winning Series 6 because he went through 2 groups both weeks to make the Week 12 final in Series 6 and then
96.
to win Series 6 the following week. He did it the hard way.
Yeah,
if Derek was to win this week, he'll have done it through Group C, Saturday night, Group C, Champions Night. That's about half the amount of darts, if not less than that.
140.
A man after my own heart. Maximum
Jimmy require 170.
reward for minimum effort.
Don't say that to Scott the next time you see him. I'll always remember Scott's reaction to winning Champions Night, and I asked him, how are you feeling energy-wise? And he just said,
Derek, you require 100.
it was more a reaction instead of a word. He looked dead on his feet.
Well, this for an 11 darter. Is he going to go high? He doesn't. He stays on the treble, backed himself. He's back for that double 10 again.
80. Jimmy require 120.
And this one's got a few possibilities. Now there's only one route left. Bullseye again.
88.
He can't push the red button this time.
Require 20.
You don't expect Coulson to miss again. Not with a marker like that. Ooh, that's possibly unkind.
Game shot on a third.
It's a good job he missed it.
Derek Coulson. Full flag. It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
A few years ago, Derek was playing B County darts for Staffordshire. Not that long ago. Can you imagine how things can change for a domestic dart player?
91.
Speak to anybody who plays County B darts right now and ask what their ambitions are in, let's say, 3 years. Derek's gone from being a County B player
96.
for a strong county like Staffordshire to being a contender for a Super Series title. That is fast tracking.
Well, absolutely is. And he certainly is a contender. Make no mistake about that.
140.
But why is that? Seniors, Super Series, ADC, the amateur game has never been more buoyant. And it is allowing people like Derek to realise just how good they are.
Yeah, amateur darts is kind of where it should be at the moment, isn't it? For a relatively
60.
small change, you can enter any tournament, you can get the chance to play on the Super Series stage and qualify for other things. You don't have to be selected to improve your game. You'll do it on merit.
133.
And Jim's going to need the bullseye once again. He hasn't been able to finish a leg on the bullseye, but he has approached pretty well with it. If he finds 2 at the start, he'll get a shot at double 16.
Well, last time he was on 135, you said he wished he could go for another bull with the way through the first one. This time he won't get that opportunity. How he would love to swap those shots.
43. Derek, you require 76.
Coulson's average is starting to go up. Well, that's fascinating.
36.
I'm flabbergasted he didn't go 25 and bull.
Game shot on a 4 flag.
The bull not needed for long, who cleans up the 89 in 2 darts and levels the match.
There's so many pun intended moments today with Jim's name. The bull's not needed for long.
That wasn't even on my long list.
108.
That was on his list.
93.
I wonder what the future holds for Jim. What are his darting ambitions moving forward? He's been to the World Championship on multiple occasions.
140.
Maybe to become North American champion. That's fast becoming a very prestigious title, won by the likes of Danny Baggish, Jeff Smith, who's won it on multiple occasions. And the Canadians and the Americans have this really good friendly rivalry when it comes to darts.
64.
And they actually have a cross-border challenge in CDC now, don't they? Where Canada goes up against the States. I think that's been a really good innovation from the likes of Peter Cetera at the CDC.
132.
They're really doing their best to make sure that North America get the best out of their players.
$56.
Well, Derek hasn't had a bad leg. He's on 176 after 9. But Jim's starting to press his foot on the accelerator just a little bit more now.
82. Jim, you require
But we've reached a really important part of this match. Is it clinical?
Game
You
shot
bet
on
it
the
is.
5th flag. Jim Long.
Well, we did mention at
Sixth
the start of the
leg, it's
game
Derek
how
to throw
big a match
first.
it could be for Long. He's
Game
now
on.
1 leg away from winning it. Coulson has a darts in the 6th, but Long just needs one more. And it might not be this one. Oh, unlucky.
135.
Lined them up in a row, but couldn't find the same target with all 3.
Before this match started, there were 12 legs between them in the legs difference column. 12!
77.
So if Long can win 4-2, it'll still be 8. But I'm convinced that leg difference is going to play its part in this group. It has to at some point.
134.
And we may not know until this time tomorrow just how crucial all of those 4-0s were earlier today.
140.
And Coulson was getting the vast majority of them. However, Long started with a 4-0.
140.
All of that advantage was lost against Hogan.
$82. Derek, you require 92.
Derek is still averaging 100.
It's been a really good game, a really high standard throughout. Only bit that's let him down has been the finishing at times,
Game
but he
shot
puts
on a
that
sick
right with
leg.
that.
Derek Coulson.
What more can you say about Derek?
7th and final leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
His best average of the day, 101.9 in beating Jimmy Van Schie 4-0, and he reduced Jimmy to no shots at double. This is another 100 average, as you can see right there, with 2 maximums.
60.
And he's missed 8 darts at double.
He hasn't had 8 darts at double in any of his other matches.
54.
But the game's not finished yet. I always say that averages are just a guide of what has happened before. They're never an indication of what's about to happen next.
123.
However, sometimes when Connor Scott plays, if he averages 105, it's probably because he's playing brilliantly.
Right.
And he was yesterday.
Different beast, isn't he? He's targeting the record average. He thinks it's his last year at the
96.
Super Series and he wants to get it done, break every record in the process.
Yeah, he thought he'd averaged 100 for yesterday's campaign, but when you take the averages of yesterday, put them together and share them by 5, it gives you an average of averages. It doesn't actually give you
60.
the average for the day. It was just under 99.
Coulson making a move here.
100.
And what a move he's made. He's 1 point over finishing range. However, he has asked the question of Long.
I think he's got to take this 2, 5, 8 and 6.
$100.
And that's not going to be easy. And it would mean taking out the 158 in one visit.
You just don't see Derek Coulson not getting this in 6.
131.
He might even get it in 4.
Jimmy require 150.
If he gets the chance. If this goes in, it's the biggest finish of the day. So big. Oh!
139.
Almost in off the post.
Derek, you require 40.
And Derek survives.
This to carry on. The winning streak. The perfect start to his Champions Week. And
Game
Derek
shot.
delivers
And the
once
match,
again.
Derek
Coulson
Coulson.
claims the win. Long was a whisker away from a show-stopping 158 checkout that would have seen him pick up the points, but instead it is 4 wins on the spin for Derek Coulson, who remains unbeaten on the opening day of Group C and leaves Long 6 points behind him after a brilliant game of darts. The numbers illustrate that there. Long goes down with a 97.74 average. Coulson posting figures north of 102, and despite his doubling not being quite as sharp as it was in previous matches, the super scoring meant he gave himself more opportunities, and he now has an opportunity to go through the card when he takes on Paul Hogan in his final game. Jimmy Van Schie and Neil Duff will play their last match of the day after this short break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group C here at Champions Week is about to come to its culmination on the opening day. We've seen 4 rounds worth of fixtures so far. And before the break, Derek Coulson made it 4 wins from 4, getting the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 3. Following a flurry of 4-0, every game in round 4 went to a deciding leg. It has been a day filled with ebbs and flows. So, as far as the table is concerned, it's Derek Coulson that's dominating proceedings. He's the only player unbeaten, 8 points to his name. Jimmy Van Schie can join him on that mark if he gets a better Neil Duff, but look how tight it is below. And if Duff can beat Van Schie, it could be very, very tight going into day 2, particularly for that second position. So, Van Schie and Duff, they're kicking off the final round's worth of fixtures. And maybe as a bit of an aside, if you're new to us here at the Super Series, you may not know too much about our partnership with the Amateur Darts Circuit, otherwise known as the ADC. Well, Neil Duff's going to be here in November for the Championship Tour Finals, which is going to be taking place on the 16th of November, live on the Super Series YouTube channel, whilst Jimmy Van Schie is in line to qualify for the ADC Global Championship. He's currently in the Netherlands qualifying position for that, and that's taking place in December. But back to the here and now, and back to Paul and Chris.
Great times ahead, and really looking forward to the Tour Finals in November and the Global Championship in December, because this place is a darts place and it welcomes talent like this on a weekly basis. But things tend to ramp up when it comes to Champions Week.
Game on.
Imagine how things are going to be when champions are crowned multiple times in a day towards the end of the year. And if you do want to be here on a Saturday around November and December, you might have an afternoon session and an evening session to see people crowned champions.
95.
More information is available via that link and at dartshop.tv. And if you get your tickets for certain weeks in November and December,
96.
You will get double darts with the same ticket.
Yeah, and you'll get double start next week as well. The defence for Neil Duff of that title next
60.
Saturday, as Paul said, later in the series, weeks 9 and 10. ADC tournaments in the afternoons, the men's final and the women's ADC championship final the following week. Neil Duff's actually part of that men's lineup as well, so you see plenty of him, plenty of those. And it is the hottest
100.
ticket in town.
Jimmy, you require 142.
We should have had T-shirts made this week for Neil, saying, "Can't get enough of that wonderful Duff."
Sorry.
122.
I don't know why, but... And I'm sorry if you're watching, Glenn. We love you, really. You'll be here on Champions Night. But it reminded me of the sign at the Premier League when that elderly lady held
45.
up, does or doesn't do it for me.
20. Game shot
You're a
first
harsh,
leg.
harsh
Jimmy
man.
Van Schie.
And you've got to be harsh when you're on the hockey taking a lead.
Second leg. It's
If
Neil
people
to throw
start coming
first.
here on Saturday night and
Game
putting
on.
that sign up, Glenn's going to feel very aggrieved. I'll tell you who will feel aggrieved if he loses this game. That's
100.
Neil. He would walk away with only 2 points. Oh, 4. I do beg your pardon.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? It's been a strange old day for
55.
Duff. He's just, to carry on the rhyme, done enough to keep himself in contention. Be more than in contention if he manages to win this match. And let's not forget how he ended the previous game. Suddenly, something clicked.
Yes, that 11 darter was rather remarkable. I've always said that if you win more games than you
100.
lose in a daily campaign like this, you should be very proud. And if Neil walks away with 6 points, weirdly, it's going to feel better than that.
Well, the first match of the day,
40.
Jim Long beat Neil Duff 4-0. Neil Duff's now above Jim Long in the table with more points.
Welcome again to round robin format.
100.
And it is a chance for Neil to even the ledger against Jimmy, because this being their 4th meeting of the week, it is Jimmy who's won 4-0 on Monday and 4-3 on Tuesday.
140.
But yesterday he reversed Tuesday's fixture and is really starting to motor here in leg 2.
140. Neil, you require 81.
He gets a shot at the bull.
56.
What does Jimmy get a
He
look at?
requires 66.
He's been hitting double 18 for fun today. Which is why he's going 20 for double 18 right now.
48. Neil, you require 25.
So the remainder for Duff. Conventional route. Taking his moment, taking his time. He knows it's big. Every double is going to be
second leg, Neil Duff.
crucial for him between now and the end of this group. What
Third
a
leg,
turnaround it would be
first.
for Neil Duff if he were
Game on.
to come out with 6 points, having lost the first 9 legs he played today.
140.
We are going to crown a new Super Series winner this week. Because nobody who has won a series before is here this week. In fact, we've only got one person out of the 12 who's actually been to a Champions Night before. And that's Tom Sykes, who you will see in Group B from 10 o'clock tonight.
135.
There's a real sense of quality and a feeling of new here at the end of August. Because we are going to have a new champion.
And Duff's looking for records all over the place, isn't he? He's won as many Saturday nights as anybody when you include that double start win. He wants a double start. He wants a Champions Night. He's had the weekly wins.
I had a really good conversation with Steve West last night. We were talking about the thing that we brought up on Tuesday. He doesn't want the fact that Neil's won 4 weekly titles and a double start to take anything away from his 5 weekly titles. Says it's not the same.
Game shot on the third leg, Jimmy Van Schie.
Was an 11 darter. Jimmy Van Schie means business here. The gap in the averages in this game.
Fourth flag, it's Neil to throw first.
Is 30
Game
points.
Yeah, we aren't exaggerating whatsoever.
It'll change a bit now.
123.
It's only changed by 3 points. I wonder what the biggest gap is between
96.
one average and another in a fairly sizable fixture. Let's say a best of 7 at least. We've had some corkers here over the last couple of weeks. Wayne Jones won a game with a high 80s average, and his opponent had 104, 105, something like that.
137.
Now, what does Jimmy do from 268? This is one of those numbers where you've got to know your onions. If you get a single 20 with the first start, you've got to go 18s. 19s, you get 4 of them, you go bull with the last start.
93.
Did the right thing, just didn't execute it. Oh, Neil really wanted that 140. When you're knocking on the door of 136, you want to knock on 96's door more often.
60. Neil, you require 136.
This is very finely poised. Now he wants to leave a double. And he can do no more.
Jimmy, you require 115.
This would be a game changer. And Jimmy's been the guy this week for ton plus finishes. It's double 18 again.
79.
And it hasn't cooperated in this
You
game.
require 40.
So Duff for deadlock. Wants tops. And he can't find it.
Jimmy, you require 36.
2 delicious guides, and he finds the gap. Still hasn't found double 18. But he has found half of it.
Jimmy Van Schie.
Best case scenario now for Jimmy is that he could walk away from today with
Jimmy
8
to throw
points
first. Game on.
and a leg difference of +5. That would be a joyous day at the office for the big man.
131.
And considering everything he's done this year, winner of a challenge to a title, winner of events in the
100.
WDF circuit, He's won more qualifiers in ADC Europe than anybody else. As far as his hit list for 2024 is concerned, he is rapidly taking things off that list.
Well, just to go back to one of your questions earlier, Paul, we've had confirmation that the highest ever golfing averages was actually in this series. Scott Mitchell averaged 107.36 in a 4-0 win over Tom Lonsdale, and that was a gap between them of 43.36 in the averages. We did also see a slightly lower gap, but Connor Scott, when he averaged 120.24 against Steve Jameson, that
96
was almost at 40 points as well.
Well, I'm going to get a really, really nasty text message off Tom Lonsdale next, saying, why did you have to bring that up?
Bring it up tonight, though, because Scott Mitchell's going to be here, isn't he?
Yeah, well, let Scott bring it up.
Well, Jimmy Van Schie is going to put himself in a very strong position at the end of this game. If he does win it, he'll be on 8 points from a possible 10 on the opening day. He's averaging 106.19.
108.
And let's not forget, Paul, last time he was here, he only played 8 games on Champions League, went out in Group B. This could be a darting dream for Jimmy Van Schie.
40.
Dreams can turn into nightmares, though.
Game
Jimmy
shot
can't
on
hit double
fifth
18,
flag,
but Neil
Duff.
can. And he's not done yet.
A bit of aggression in the way he took that dart out as well. Just give us time to just delve
Neil to throw
deeper
first.
into that point.
Game on.
Van Schie, Champions Week Series 7, qualified for Group B, missed out by 2 points on making it to Champions Night. So he only played 8 games.
140.
He'd played more games pretty much halfway through Tuesday this week than he did when he came here last time. At least he will have
100.
felt part of it, and it looks like he could well be part of it come Saturday.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about tonight and tomorrow. Because people like West, Paxton,
100.
and Richard Rowlands, who hasn't been here since week 3, it doesn't take long to be eliminated. But if you think about it slightly differently, it doesn't take long to get there.
Yeah, and the beauty of Group B is that you're never really out of it after the opening night. In Group C, you don't win any games, which is the
100.
prospect facing Thomas Banks. You pretty much know you're not in it. You're not going to make it. But in Group B, you can pretty much be through, but you can't really be out.
We require 161.
Is a 161 going out? If it is, this game will be over.
60. Jimmy, you require 161.
He's got the biggest finish of the week of 167.
90.
Now.
We require 101.
One person's on a 2-darter. One is not. But it is a 2-darter now. Big darter tops.
61. Jimmy,
The
you
despair
require
from Duff.
71.
Is it ecstasy for Jimmy?
Great start, great dart, great
shot.
finish,
And the match,
great
Jimmy
day
Van
for the
Schie.
Dutchman. Jimmy Van Schie defeats Neil Duff 4-2. A fantastic win that completes a very good day's play for Van Schie. He wins 4 from 5. The only defeat was a big one against Derek Coulson when he went down 4-0. But he is going to be second in the table come the end of the day, meaning, of course, he's provisionally heading towards finals night. The numbers stack up beautifully for the Dutchman. 104.05 the average, 4 out of 8 on the doubles, an 86 checkout in there as well. And Van Schie signs off in style, gives Neil Duff something to think about ahead of their meeting early tomorrow. And if he wins that one, well, Van Schie will maybe have a foot in finals night. We're going to hear from him after this short break, and then Coulson takes on Hogan.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Van Schie piled in a ton-plus average to get the better of Neil Duff and guarantee second spot overnight in the table. We can have a look at that now for you. Derek Coulson, well, he could complete the card in a couple of moments' time if he gets the better of Paul Hogan, but Van Schie on 8 points, nobody can bridge that particular gap now, following that 4-2 win against the Duff man before the break. And so the Dutchman, who's looking to make it through to Champions Night in his second Super Series Champions Week appearance, well, he's gone the right way about it today, hasn't he? 4 wins out of 5, and he's downstairs with Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Jimmy, superstar, how would you sum up how things have gone today?
I think in the first 2 games I have been a little bit, how you can say a little bit lucky, but I've got over the line. The first game, I got surprised by really good playing Derek, and yeah, fair play to him. He just played really good and beat me. And then after that, Thomas went flying from the start, and I was also happy to get over the line with that one. And then yeah, my best game at the last game against Neil. I think we had some good matches before, but this just shows how tough Group A was, and we carried on, I think.
And that game that you played there, brilliant performance. How much confidence does that give you to get over the line and make it to that Champions Night tomorrow?
To be honest, I was very confident before this day, although I didn't end where I wanted to end, but that's just a different class of the other players. I'm always confident, and I hope, if I play good, I will make it Saturday.
We were just talking in commentary, myself and Paul Nicholson, about the last time you were here on Champions Week, played in Group B, only played 8 matches, missed out by 2 points. How much more have you enjoyed the experience of being here for the full week this time?
A lot more. I love to play the full week, but I also know when I play knockout darts, I'm on my best. But I first need to get to knockout darts. So have a warm-up, it's always nice. And yeah, this feels, because I missed out on 2 points last time, I have 2 days again now. Every match feels like a knockout match. So I approach it like that, and it's better.
You've made a fantastic start in this group. What's the approach now for tomorrow?
Same approach as today. Focus, play my game, and win. That's how I approach every match now.
Well done today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Fascinating to hear from Jimmy Van Schie at the end of his daily campaign. He's got to be pleased with 8 points and a pretty healthy leg difference as well. But now we turn our attention to Paul Hogan, who has a job to do to try and get his way to 6 points, which would be only 2 behind his opponent in Coulson and that of Jimmy Van Schie. 2 players will qualify from Group C this time, or around about this time tomorrow. If Paul wants to be one of those players...
First leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Stopping Jimmy and stopping Derek might just be the mission. Duffman is finished for the day on 4. Jim Long has only got 2. Banks has 0.
60.
There will be very little effect on the top half of the table by the last 2 players in the schedule. But the effect of this game could be felt
84.
All the way through to round 2 tomorrow. And let us remind you, if you've not been with us all afternoon, these 2 have been playing some rather delightful stuff. In the middle
60.
round of play, Hogan won 4-0 against Long, averaging 107.36, the performance of the day so far.
140.
3 ton-plus checkouts in that game. And that was followed by Coulson beating Jimmy Van Schie by 4 legs to 0, averaging nearly 102.
100.
And since then, Coulson's averaged 102 again to beat Jim Long. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think the standard of this group was going to be
99.
this good. But I am really glad it has been. Coulson's gone up a notch. I think Hogan's gone up 2 notches since he won his week in week 6. And Coulson, who's not noted as a massive scorer, He is putting that in our face like a custard pie.
55. Derek, you require 101.
He didn't get any maximums in his first 3 games, Derek. And since then, he's had 4.
$53. Paul, you require 123.
19's first. Bullseye at the end. Yes. And then the no.
92. Derek, you require 48.
He does like to leave double 16. And that's
Game shot
why.
on the first leg, Derek Coulson. Second leg,
The
it's
finishing
Paul
on the
to throw
hole today
first.
from these two has been
Game on.
nothing short of miraculous at times. But consistently, Coulson has been just that little bit more
85.
reliable. Day wide. And Chris Murphy joins us once again after speaking with Jimmy. He looked incredibly focused for someone who should be very happy with his day's work.
Do you want a backstage secret?
Always.
Before the game, I actually nipped out of the comms box and bumped into Jimmy in the corridor, and he said, this game,
60.
I just feel it, I'm going to play my best. And it was the best he's played here. And then the first thing he said when I saw him for the interview before we went on air, told you.
That's pretty ominous.
140.
So the Jimmy Van Schie Massive, who are centralised in Portsmouth, they're getting pretty excited.
140.
As are the Derek Coulson fans, because he continues to play at this level. And I think Connor Scott has got to watch out for this guy, because if he continues to play at this level, he is going to be there on Saturday.
45.
So interesting, isn't it? Because I almost get the sense that the pressure's off a little bit today for the likes of Derek and Jimmy.
94.
No, there's another day to go. Tomorrow it will be on. We'll see if that affects the game. And then when they do make it to Saturday, that's a totally different environment. The room will be full. It's a sellout on Saturday night for Champions Night here at the Super Series. The stakes will be
60.
higher.
Paulie
And you
require
just don't know how any of these players are
122.
going to react. As you mentioned, great point, only one of them has been there before.
It'll be the only time when the stakes are higher that I'm going to order mine well done.
38. Derek, you require 116.
116s aren't very rare. But stick a fork in leg 2 if he finds double 18.
Game shot on a
There
second
it is
leg,
again.
Derek Coulson.
Lethal from Coulson. That is a
Third
reluctant,
leg, it's Derek to
respectful
throw first.
fist pump
Game
right
on.
there. You don't want your opponent to hit it, but my word, Derek has been Mr. Reliable today.
I'm not sure if he's got a nickname, Paul, but you might have just given him one.
Which one?
60.
Fork? Steak? Medium rare?
I think he's more Mr. Reliable.
Well, here's one for him. How about Mr. Majestic?
36. $93.
We've seen it happen before. People doing things outside of these doors, and then they come here as a fancied party. But what about the other way around? What about Coulson
100.
doing something here? That has a knock-on effect to the seniors events he goes to. All of a sudden, people are thinking, well, hang on a minute, why can't he go and win in York or Sunderland or something like that?
38.
Absolutely. Well, Paul Hogan, of course, almost managed to do that last year in York, didn't he?
44.
Make no mistake as well, Coulson with his ridiculous finishing in this game, he has got Hogan reeling.
Yeah, this guy is good. I still think we're going to see it. You know, last year was all about the emergence of a 16-year-old sensation. I think the way that darts is at the moment, we are going to see somebody who has never really taken darts seriously, who's not even known about, maybe hasn't even played in competition darts, just chucked in the spare room or the garage. And they're going to emerge and be absolutely brilliant. And I'm not talking about a youngster, I'm talking about someone maybe who's retired from work.
98.
It's happened in seniors golf. People who didn't make any inroads on some tours.
32.
When it came to the seniors,
Derek,
they were unbelievable.
72.
And you get the feeling that Hogan can't believe what he's seen so far.
32.
Just doing the right things at the right times. He's not part of the crop of players who would have gone for bull had he left it after 9 darts.
100.
He's always going to hit the single and go for the double. And in that moment, he had 50 left with 1 dart, and he decided to leave tops.
No score. Paulie require 153.
That may be the biggest reaction we've seen from Derek all day long.
Just surprised to have missed.
59.
He won't miss again.
Derek, you require 40.
I'll give you my personal guarantee.
Double top or your money back. Or 40 points or your money back.
Game shot on a third leg.
Your wallet's
Derek
safe, Murphy.
Coulson.
I'm starting to sound like an old shaver advert.
4th leg. It's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Paul Hogan at the back of the stage right there. You can feel his pain. It's almost like he's gone to a local bakery and they've got no sausage rolls left. What do you mean I'm going to have a steak bake instead?
100.
Well, this could turn out very, very well for Coulson and Van Schie, and pretty badly for everybody else, couldn't it? Because there's going to be a 6-point gap between Derek and 3rd place, which would include Paul Hogan. And Van Schie himself's going to have a 4-point buffer come the end of the day.
60.
Jim Long simply has to beat Thomas Banks, or I think he's pretty much gone with him.
I'm really glad that Henry didn't ask me the question in the studio earlier today whether someone would run the card.
100.
It looks like Coulson's going to do exactly the same as Scott yesterday.
Yeah, and in equally impressive fashion. Maybe Connor's numbers
60.
were higher, but the way that Coulson's gone about his work shows that he's got that short window of preparation he had available right.
Interestingly, if Derek wins this leg, he'll have 10 points and a leg difference of plus 14 for the day, which is exactly what Connor had yesterday.
60.
But you're right. The overall average for the day would be less.
$81.
He did also win all of his games on finals night last week. And he won his last 3 games in his Group C campaign last time. So if he wins this match,
59.
that's a 12-match winning streak here at the Super Series.
The record is 17. Held by
140.
Mr. Record Holder here in Portsmouth, Mr. Pilgrim.
And he actually only got through by winning those last 3 games, didn't he? Because he turned 6 points into 12 in a little spell at the end of the day. He might be on 10 at the end of the first day here. Tops for Hogan.
Game shot on the 4th
to
leg.
avoid the
Paul
whitewash.
Hogan.
That's maybe the messiest 60 checkout you've ever seen.
5th leg.
The single
Derek
20,
to
he
throw
missed that by
first.
an inch.
Game on.
He missed the middle of the 19 by an inch, but then he hits a perfect tops. And we don't know just right now how valuable it is that Hogan took that
83.
leg. Can he turn things around and have a 3-leg blitz from here?
So just to put that in context, Derek Coulson's experience here at the Super Series, lost 5 of his first 8 matches, and then has since won 11 in a row. Might be about to make it 12.
In this series?
Yeah.
100.
7 days.
A lot can happen in 7 days. Just ask Craig David. What did Derek Coulson do on Thursday?
125.
And you must have been there at some point in your career, Paul, where you get into a little spell where you just forget what it's like to lose. You're just winning game after game after game.
They're great times.
140.
Sometimes they don't last long.
$60.
You don't suppose that Derek's going to miss 178 with the next 2 visits? He's been living in this 15 to 16 dart range all day long.
60.
I'd invite Hogan in. If he can just find 2 trebles, he'll be in a slightly better position than that of Coulson.
100. Derek, you require 118.
Has he got Paul Hogan's number? 118.
$58.
Well, Mr. 156, who's got it twice today.
116.
How about a 116? Same double.
Game shot on the
There we
fifth
go.
flag.
Things are changing. Coulson has not had a match start yet, and Hogan isn't finished.
Sixth flag.
And now we start talking about the prospect of that winning streak coming to an end, because Paul Hogan has the darts to force a decider here. Back in the treble 20. Back in the match.
100.
And maybe very much in the hunt, because if Hogan wins this game, then there are just 2 points between the top 3 going into tomorrow.
You get to the age of retirement, which Paul is inching closer to. What makes you feel young? What keeps the blood flowing? What gets you up in the morning? Desire. When he woke up this morning, he will have thought about the fact that if I play well for 2 days, I'm going to have a chance of winning in a city I've played most of my adult life for a lot of money, and to do something that I will remember for the rest of my life.
140.
He has had a storied career, but it does feel like there is something missing.
92.
Not everybody gets the dream results in their career and that title that they can tell their grandchildren about. He's got stories to tell, but he wants to tell more.
57.
There may be a few more pages to turn in this particular match.
$138.
Paul Hogan won the Gold Cup back in 2013. That's one of the most impressive darts trophies that's ever been created. But it wasn't necessarily a ranking tournament.
Requires 72.
I'd say that's probably the biggest thing he's ever won.
Double 18.
Game shot on
36 2 ways, and now this could go one of 2 ways. It looked like Coulson had it locked up.
Final leg. It's Derek.
And he was about to race away.
Game on.
With 5 straight wins on day 1 of Group C on this Champions Week. But Paul Hogan shows some darting defiance. Coulson has the darts. Hogan has the momentum. But all day long, Derek has found the right shot at the right time.
So what you're saying is, because he's really cool under pressure, his nickname's not going to be the Cucumber.
140.
Probably not the best one to go with.
Matched by Hogan with that first visit. And that's exactly what he needs to do. Minimum requirement. Whatever you can do, I can do.
But if Coulson gets a 12 dart leg,
60.
Hogan will be defeated.
However, to do that, he's going to need either a maximum score or an enormous checkout.
81.
Clinging on with that last treble. How many times have these guys taken these numbers in 2 visits? Can one of them do it?
100.
Derek won't. This has got the feeling of a final.
Well, I think
100.
that it's suddenly kind of airing the atmosphere that this match could determine the rest of this group. This is setting the land for tomorrow.
83.
Either the top 2 are in the distance, or it's bunched up between the top 3, and Paul Hogan wants to be a part of that party.
Yeah, he does.
100.
Oh, he wanted more than that.
Derek, you
He
require
just falls short
118.
of leaving tops. If Coulson hits this, this will be a cooler.
It'll be a killer for Paul Hogan.
78.
But this time, Coulson couldn't
Paulie
keep his cool.
require 80.
And now Hogan has a chance.
Does the crocodile snap? He doesn't break.
And the match, Paul Hogan.
He remains rigid and has caused trouble in the table for Derek Coulson, whose 11-match winning streak is done. It's still a good day for Coulson, but it's been a fighting day for Paul Hogan, who is now on 6 points and is definitely part of the equation. He will play Derek Coulson in game number 2 on Friday afternoon, and if he beats him again, he'll have the same points as Derek. So interesting in the table now. And we divert our attention to the last game of Group C here in Champions Week on Thursday, as Banks looks to get off the mark at the expense of the Canadian Jim Long.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined in the studio by Paul Hogan. Paul, well, that was quite the day's work for yourself today, wasn't it? Let's begin with that last game against Derek Coulson. 3-0 down, going on to win 4-3. Just describe that match from your perspective.
To be honest, I thought I've lost this game, but I know I've got this gear, and I know I can come back. But I thought, my finishing today's been good. I've had a 120, 2 156s. And I thought, if I can put the pressure on him, I know I can get into it.
Let's talk about your finishing, because that was a real strong point for yourself today. They had those 3 ton-plus checkouts in the game. You had those couple of 156s. In terms of those finishes, in terms of the confidence, you must have felt when you're in that kind of range that shots were going.
Yeah, I felt great. I mean, against Neil, he went wide did he go 12, 32. I thought, well, I like 32 as well, but my favourite's 36. I should have gone 8-36, but I didn't. And I lost to him. But, I feel great. It's a tough group, I should have won my first game. But, as long as I can keep playing well and nicking doubles at the end of the day, I'm happy.
You've been here from the very start. You actually threw one of the first darts in this building on opening night a couple of years ago. Does it feel different playing at a Champions Week? And if so, what are the differences between this and playing in a regular week?
It's very different, because this is the first time I got through the Champions Week. I mean, what can I say? I'm just happy to be here. You know what I mean? If I can get through, I know I've got the ability to go on and win it, but I've just got to go and do it.
So in terms of this week, if you just said, I'm just going to play with freedom, there's no real expectation, you're just going to take every game as it comes?
Definitely. I thought I'd just go up here. I've got nothing to lose. This is a great group. I mean, there's so much talent in this group. And I thought, if I can get a couple of wins or 3 wins, I've still got a chance of, to get through on Friday.
And just finally, just want to talk about the dynamic of playing in Group C, because every time we've seen you here previously at the Live Lounge, you played in a Group B in the night sessions. The first time you've ever played 5 games in a day here at the Super Series. How have you found the difference in dynamics between a C and a B?
It's very different. I mean, I did get an email saying I was playing on Thursday and Friday night, and then they changed it, so I had to go and have a word with my bosses. But my bosses are great. I mean, yeah, it's different. It's harder. I mean, there's more players, and there's only 2 players that get through. So I've just got to try and do well tomorrow, and just keep on winning.
Fair to say that it's annual leave that's been used very, very wisely today, Paul. Many congratulations on today. We shall see you tomorrow. We've got one more game to go on this Thursday afternoon. It sees Thomas Banks up against Jim Long, and in commentary, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Great to hear from Paul Hogan there, having picked up 3 wins on his opening day of Group C, and exposing our admin errors in the process. Apologies about that, Paul. Yeah, he did apparently receive an email with a typo, but that was quickly corrected. He did have the lowest average of all of the qualifiers in Champions Week, therefore was placed into Group C, as that's how it's worked out. But he doesn't look like a man who should be the outsider or the underdog.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw
not
first.
only put himself in the picture,
Game on.
Paul, with that win, but he's given Jim Long a chance to put himself in the picture as well.
Yeah, definitely. And Jim's got to pounce on that
58.
at Thomas's expense. This is a huge game for Jim. But if I may say one thing about Hogan, he's played really, really well today. He did have the lowest average of anybody from a winning week coming into week 13.
140.
But there was only one time today that he played to that kind of type. And that was when he lost
140.
to Neil Duff in that game that he referenced. All of the other ones, he played well above the standard that he showed in the week that he won in week 6. Particularly when he was playing against Jim Long.
83.
That is one of the best performances that this place has ever seen. We've seen lots of averages better than 107.36. But how many times have we seen 3 ton-plus finishes and 2 of them being over 150?
He also referenced the fact that he should have gone 8 for double 18, like we said at the time. See if he learns that for tomorrow.
41.
But in this match, well, as we mentioned, Jim Long can get to 4 points and keep himself just 4 off the top 2 in Coulson and Van Schie. And Thomas Banks, look, we've kind of written him off and said he's pretty much out, having lost 4 games. But if he wins this one and then does produce the miraculous perfect day tomorrow, he can get to 12 points, and that can get you through.
It can.
140.
But when you look at Coulson and Van Schie on 8 points already, at this point, you would fancy that they're going to get 6 points tomorrow.
44.
Yeah, well, one of them gets to 10,
97.
definitely, don't they? Because they've got to play each other. So it's a long shot for Banks. And that's a bad shot for Long.
Thomas, you require 20.
Well, if double 10 is not cooperating, he's got real problems.
I also think it's notable he won't be allowed by Jim to play at the pace he wants to play.
Not at all. Jim is the equivalent of putting spike strips in front of a Ferrari.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim
He
Long.
finds the colour red to break through in the first leg. There'll be a long wait for Banks now. Sorry
Second
about
leg.
these
It's Jim to throw first.
unintentional
Game on.
puns.
You look at Jim and you wouldn't think he'd be the kind of person who would drive a Ferrari.
100.
He's got a bit of a biker look about him, doesn't he? Looks like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I thought you were going to tell me he does drive a Ferrari then.
Yeah, Matchbox one.
58.
I don't know of any dart player that's driven a Ferrari on a permanent basis.
Makes me think of Luke Littler when he won what was then a £20,000 first prize, and
140.
the optimism of a 16-year-old. His comment on stage in the interview afterwards was, "I've won £20,000.
40.
I can buy anything I want now." As it turns out, he probably can a year later on.
Yeah, but money can't buy you a feeling. And the feeling of being the last person standing with the trophy in your hand. The money is a byproduct.
100.
And that image of Littler doing that for the first time, we show it in our breaks on occasion. And you can see there, the way he reacted to that, it really did mean something. And people might think later in his career, well, it was a small title for him, but it was the first big one on the stage, and it was huge at the time.
It's not a small title because this title made Andreas Harrison smile.
133.
Well, this would
Jimmy
make
requires 64.
Jim Long smile. 16s. 8s.
Game shot on a second leg.
Perfectly
Jim Long.
produced by Long.
Well, if he is a biker,
Third leg.
that was almost the dead man's hand, that one.
Game on.
Because he was an ace on 8s.
Well, don't forget, this might be the last match of this afternoon session, but we do have another night starts coming for you this evening, and the final players in Champions Week are going to be on the stage. We haven't yet seen Adam Paxton,
95.
Richard Rowlands, or Steve West. All 3 of them will be joining Marvin van Velzen and Tom Sykes, the best of the rest in Group A earlier this
99.
week. The action getting underway from 10 p.m. live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. You don't want to miss it.
I'm not going to miss it. I'm going to be here, and I cannot wait. This week has been so good. Group A was just memorable, and today has flown by.
85.
Not just because of the 4-0s that we've had, because there have been plenty of those, but the standard. This has got to be up there with one of the best Group Cs we've ever had.
As you would expect on a Champions Week, the penultimate Champions Week of 2024.
60.
Last one will be held in early December before the ADC Global Championships. Tickets for those events all available on dartshop.tv.
140.
And if you subscribe to the channel, you can watch darts pretty much 24/7. Even when we're not live on air, there is so much content for you to watch.
And we've been teasing today a new piece of content on our YouTube channel. Check the social feeds as well. Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. There's all sorts of funny stuff on there.
80. Jimmy require 161.
We're going to get a highlight for the reel here. Not on this occasion. Banks is pacing about at the back of the stage. He doesn't like the speed, does he? He can't find something to do with himself.
Jim's not even that slow. He's not the slowest person in this group.
He was just allowed to play so quickly against Jimmy Van Schie. He's becoming
41.
impatient.
Jimmy require 32.
Look how quick Jim was at the hockey there, ready for this 32 shot.
Game shot on the
And
third
he dispatches
leg.
it
Jim Long.
with ease.
So the likelihood now in the table is
Fourth
you're going to
leg,
see a
it's Jim to
scenario
throw
at the end of the
first.
day with
Game
Derek
on.
Coulson and Jimmy Van Schie sharing lead on 8 points, Paul Hogan having 6, and then Neil Duff and Jim Long both on 4, keeping themselves in contention.
What Jim needs to do
100.
is he needs to have zero sympathy for Thomas's plight. He doesn't just need to beat him once, he needs to beat him twice.
And this will be the first match tomorrow. So if he does that, suddenly he's 2 points off the
99.
top 2. One of them has to lose to the other one. So you'll get the opportunity to get level.
And if I may say so far so good for the ideal result. Easy for me to sit here and say this,
26.
but he needs an ideal result twice because his leg difference has been butchered at times today.
58.
Well, in a strange way for Neil Duff and Jim Long. And you look at the table and you may disagree, but it's still going to be in their hands. Because one of the top 2's got to beat each other, and then they get the chance to play them as well. So they can close that gap by virtue of those 2 results.
60.
But you are looking at a day of probably 5 wins, if not 4,
100.
for either of those 2 players. Their early games are going to be crucial, and Duff has got to get revenge on Van Schie. Long needs to repeat this kind of result against Banks.
85.
I wonder what's going through the mind of Thomas at the minute. I'm sure he was feeling
100.
optimistic coming into day 4 of Champions Week. That reset mentality that we talk about every week. It hasn't gone well, but it's still valuable experience for someone so young. I think the expectation on his shoulders has changed because of what other people have done at his age. We should be very realistic in thinking that he's probably ahead of schedule.
Jimmy require 170.
Well, this would be some way to end what's been a great day. We've seen some fabulous darts in Group C. But Long will not produce the biggest finish of them all, and Banks may be able to avert the
94.
whitewash
Thomas
defeat.
require 51. Game shot
He can
on
do it.
fourth leg. Thomas Banks.
It's the same thing again. Missing tops low and hitting 10s.
Fifth leg. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
He's getting the line right on 10s, and even when he's hitting it, it's low.
100.
It's in the bottom half. I can only remember him hitting tops once today. I haven't counted how many attempts he's had, but there have been plenty.
60.
Just to throw a little bit of extra wood on the fire.
97.
Imagine what Jim would feel like if he loses this match from here. Just think about Derek in the previous match. He was in a good position against Hogan. He lost.
133.
Well, is
140.
there a way here for this to go wrong for Long? Needs a couple of trebles to get himself on a finish as well.
98.
Can't do it. Banks has
Thomas
2
require
goes.
164.
Is this for the highlight reel?
133.
There's a lot of people out there who would think that trying to hit a 140 to leave double 12 is the right shot there, but I think he's playing with the shackles off now.
Yeah, but you mentioned maybe coaching technique earlier. I just think every time that Thomas Banks has gone for a combo finish today, the last starter's dropped low. Maybe he's one of those players who would benefit from just stopping
Game shot
before
of
throwing
fifth
at the
leg,
double.
Thomas Banks.
Taking care as if it's dart one. However, it is leg one.
Sixth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
And it could be damaging,
Game on.
even if he doesn't lose. Jim Long surrendering a couple of legs could matter at the end of tomorrow.
Most definitely. At this point in time, he's provisionally
97.
on 4 points because he's ahead. But his leg difference, which could have been so much better had he won 4-0, now he's going to be vastly adrift of Van Schie, Hogan and Coulson, even if he wins from here.
Yeah, the two legs mean he'll definitely be in the minus column.
55.
Coulson plus 9. Van Schie plus 3. Hogan plus 6.
58.
I knew those 4-0s from earlier were going to have some sort of effect. We're feeling it already. Jim seems to have lost his sharpness.
40.
Whatever that's about, it's got to change quickly.
30.
Background. Drink of water. Time out for long. Absolutely the right thing to do. And look what happens after the timeout.
Work to treat.
95. 57.
Well, now it's in his hands. 6 darts from here. You would expect to get a dart a double from 2-on-4 in this position.
96.
That treble 19's been really handy the last couple of visits. But he doesn't need that right now.
88.
He needs
You require
the big dog, which is the chief that is treble 20.
And now, double top.
98.
Ran out of juice.
Thomas, you require 170.
Speaking of big dogs, here comes a bulldog looking for the big fish. Not going to happen.
70. Jim, you require 20.
For a crucial victory.
Game
Jim
shot
Long
and
is
the
still
match.
going to be
Jim
in the
Long.
race to make it through to finals night. I think it's safe to say that Thomas Banks' chances are over. No points on day one in Group C, just like he had no points on day one in Group A. And the numbers, well, they were stacking up nicely for Jim Long. He might be a little frustrated not to have won that match 4-0, but he does get over the line 4-2 and takes his points tally to 4. Alongside Neil Duff, 2 behind Paul Hogan, who in turn is 2 behind the top 2, Derek Coulson and Jimmy Van Schie. Long stays in the fight going into Friday. Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon will dissect and reflect on all of the action after this break, which won't be long.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where day one of Group C here at Champions Week has come to a close. And we have co-leaders at the top of the table in Derek Coulson and Jimmy Van Schie. And this is how they did it. These are the results from this afternoon session. The asset Paul Nicholson's been watching every single dart in the commentary box. And it's been a session which has kind of swung back and forth, not just in terms of who's won games, but in terms of score lines of games. You can see at the beginning of the session, a whole heap of 4-0s. And then towards the end of the session, well, 4-3s and 4-2s were the flavour of the day. As I say, the asset is alongside me. Let's talk about the two players at the top of the table first. And we'll begin with Derek Coulson, who went on an 11-game unbeaten one before losing that last game there against Paul Hogan. It's fair to say that the momentum that he built up in week 12, he used to the fore here today.
Yeah, definitely. His finishing was ridiculous going into that last match, 60% for the day. And his finishing wasn't necessarily that bad in that fifth game, but Hogan was just too good for him on that occasion on the comeback trail. But Derek's done a lot of damage today. He's got himself in such an advantageous position. And his immediate approach when it comes to Friday is to get one back on Hogan and put himself just a little bit closer to Saturday night.
We've been speaking very highly of Derek for quite a while, since he first appeared here at the Super Series. He got that second invitation and he really has taken it, hasn't he? He's shown maybe a level above what we saw the first time.
Yeah, that's fair. We have the benefit of information these days. It's an information decade. The internet via so many channels, the Modus Super Series being one of those channels, because we have the ability to look at averages and look at the way that people finish. I've been impressed with Derek on multiple fronts today. His finishing is top of the list. His averages were quite surprising at times. I didn't think he was going to be delivering what we saw at times today, but he's obviously got that in the locker as well. But the ingenuity of approach work and some of his ideas for finishing show that he's not just an old school dart player over the age of 50. He's someone who learns from the younger generation as to how to do things. He's a lot better than I ever thought he was. And I tipped him to win week 12, but he's a lot better for me since then. And it's only been a few days.
Well, he's had the best daily average. He has the best daily checkout percentage as well, but he's joined at the top of the table on 8 points by Jimmy Van Schie. Now, we spoke at the end of yesterday about reset mentality for the three players that dropped out of Group A into Group C. It's fair to say of the three players, he's the one that's reacted the best.
Yeah, and it hasn't been plain sailing for him today. One of the games that he played, and he referenced it with his interview with Chris, he got smashed by somebody. He just didn't lay a glove on one of his opponents, but he's ended up winning against everybody else. The best thing about Jimmy, he's an incredibly friendly guy. We have spent a bit of time with him this week and in the weeks he's been here. But his ability to deflect negativity is maybe his best quality. He wakes up in the morning with positivity, and everything he does is glass half full, if not full. And his ability to bounce back from that gubbing, as Chris Mason would call it, just incredible. And phenomenal that he has actually got his space in the top two already. And there's going to be a lot of people in Portsmouth who hope he stays there.
When you consider the year that Jimmy's had, he won the Romanian Open at the beginning of the year before his first appearance here. And then from that point onwards, we've seen a player really, really grow. It's perhaps his biggest strength, his mindset, because we know how quality a player he is.
When you've hit 180 in your life, you have the capability of doing it again. It's about repetition, isn't it? But when we saw Jimmy play for the first time here after winning in Romania, we thought maybe there's something there. After winning his first week, we thought he's gone up a notch. Then winning the second week, hang on, this is a very different player now. This is a sponge type player, just like Tom Sykes. And it might be those two guys who keep following each other over the next couple of years towards some form of greatness, because they've definitely got it. A new level has been found by Jimmy today, and now his confidence has got to be soaring.
Well, let's have a look at the table then following the end of the first day's play. Derek Coulson, Jimmy Van Schie, both on 8 points. Paul Hogan just in behind on 6. But Jim Long and Neil Duff on 4 points respectively, particularly with Neil. They'll feel like they've had really frustrating days.
Yeah, frustrating days. However, they're still in the race. So tomorrow's got to be all guns blazing. Neil Duff in this position, this will feel quite familiar because he's been in this situation once before. And Jim Long is in his first Champions Week. He won't be happy with what's happened today. It's been very much up and down. But if he gets a good night's sleep and he comes back in here tomorrow with his best stuff, there's no reason why he can't win all 5 and get his way to 14 points and into Saturday night. And that might be what he needs.
Does it feel like the quintessential Group C, where the first round of fixtures on the Friday may well tell the story for what is going to happen at the end of the day?
Could be, but we're somewhat darting masochists, aren't we? We almost like to see people's pain on the stage just for drama. But if things are turned around completely and we see people in 4th and 5th all of a sudden in position to top the table and get second by round 5 tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised. This week has delivered from pretty much game 3 all the way through to what we've seen at the end of today, because it's not disappointing, and I just want to see what happens next.
Just quickly, before we go, a few words on tonight.
West, Paxton, Richard, step up, because if you don't, you are not going to qualify. This week has been about quality. We've seen it from Marvin. Well, what else are we going to see? I just can't wait to get going.
Well, you'll have to wait a few hours. Rest up. See you then. We'll see you tonight as well from 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B is going to get underway, and expect some fireworks there. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, Coulson's top of the pile whilst Jimmy is chasing him at the top of the tree. Bye from us.